What do you think? Why can't you see me? Or can you? What? Oh, you do. I started my AC unit and it started at 0 and then turned off. I didn't know what was up with it. I was supposed to be. Ooh. I don't even know what number of false ledge that's been. Yikes. Ooh, just jumping right into it, I guess, huh? Uh, Remembering real quick, we're out of bank space. We need to put a tab on or something. How does it work? Am I using the number key? Like, are you guys able to see what I'm inputting? I can only imagine what they've done. Hold on, let me put this on the second monitor. I'm gonna know right off the bat. People can't tune into this. Oh, I just got another one. People can't tune into this unless they can tune in. It is what it is. It's 100% fact. After what I just saw, I mean, I don't know what else people are like. I mean, are you concerned parent or are you like fear mongering? If a concerned parent is like, okay, we see the situation, okay, concern. I mean, like the pheromones. Let's start masking them. No, um, I we go into the bank, start selling some things. What would I be selling? Oh, do we go Slayer? Off task? Slayer off task real quick. Let's click this. Ooh, look at that. Juicy. That's juicy. It is juicy. I'll work on it. This is gonna be different for some. If you think you can, or if you think, I mean, maybe I shouldn't be saying that. I was getting the gnarliest, and I mean the gnarliest. It was more than you think. Like, like putting it in the extra. Like, if you want to be safe, might as well be. And normally I say that like without surprise. Like, that's just like generally he comes with that, like that's like a package. Even if you peek, like, retape sort of thing. And then I don't need to say it. I'm sure it already rings in the head, like some of the things we're seeing. What am I going through this again? It should be at the top because everything else is corner. Oh, well, copia. Uh, should I say it like right off the jump? How long have we been going in? What did we do this time? What did we see? 3 minutes in, almost 4. I like 10-second countdown. I mean, there's a few things. Spider in the hammock, tarantula and skunks. I mean, didn't do too much. That's camping. Camping on the river. Everything needs to survive. Skunks were getting down. Skunks were getting down on the corn like dogs. Hissing a bit. There were 2 of them, but the one was like, you know, the other one, sort of like sprayed and went away. Not sprayed, but did his thing, his business. The other one was businessly, had a schedule. The other one got carnivorous. That was like a water bug or whatever it was. It one was walking off with the whole corn kernel. Ay, ay, ay. But a big old tarantula. Bum, ba da dun, da dun. And I'm like, are these things poisonous? I swear, and I'm like honest, okay? My first instinct is to kick. Throw him away and see if he'll be okay. Just give him, he'll be okay. He'll be the one that survives in the back of the mind, But no, that was okay. I mean, it was sad. Um, but that's what I said. That's what I said later. But it's okay. You're good. It's like, that's um, tons of things. I mean, by the looks of it, we better keep on. I swear, I was looking up at the when being on the river, I was looking up, and I was telling my dad this the same thing. It looks like you could see the amount of, you know, breakage, breaker, that monsoon coming through. Now it could, but that's like the same thing with Lake Mead. I've said that before, um, recently, but thought that a lot. All right, let me not be like, okay, true, sir. Yeah, I mean, like, who do you think? But that's enough because this is like, this is as real as it is. This is as real as it. Talking about ever or starting soon topics. They come and go, and you know exactly this is the first rodeo. I mean, like, goodness. Many things. God bless. Holy smokes. Um, what I just had for dinner, China go-go. It was good. I was trying new dishes. Everything was new. Everything was new. Okay, everything was new. Everything was new. I'm 99.9. I would say 99.1, 99.32 and 1/3%, 100% of that accurate amount, percentage wise. All right, all right. It's 9:14. All right, we're good. Let's sell the things in the bank and make some room. Um, keep on going. Keep on going. Yeah, you'll see. Well, na insulatin na chulana na kana. Well, if you're in the mind and I'm live streaming, well, welcome in. You don't need to join the box, do ya? You're just right there in the Eckers, right there in the adders. um, uh, you know. Now this is clean. Like paddleboarding to the campsite, standing up. Sup? I just learned these things. I just learned the stand-up paddleboard. Oh my golly! I mean, right to the bam, bam in the wind too. I'm over here. Look at my ankle. No. And I mean, I'm just rookie out there. Seriously, I follow my laminate. No. I was standing up on the board, jumping off, doing the wild thing. Not too much, just a little bit. Just I need to get arm strength. I mean, I got the leg strength. I had some interesting what's it called, daydreams. That's the first thing's the feathers. What's the next one that you could sell? I'm thinking if this is already in the bank, don't you already think about the future items you're gonna be putting in there, like the ones you just sold? All of this is just pure gold. That's like that. I'm just zooming right in. The scenic about the insurance. I was in the water. Maninelin and Shalana Namanikala, Mananazwala Manakala. Phlegm watching everything. And then my back was like, hold on. Maybe this is why I need the life jacket. No, that was before I started. Well, that's like, that's like crying, screaming, everything on like, oh, what else comes in the package? I won't scream too much. I was just given, the rehearsal. No one said anything. Nobody said calm down, but I don't know how. I got the AC on. I don't know what you can hear. Wee. Wow, golly, that got me. Alright, I need to find something to sell. I could sell these. Thank you. I mean, it has to be that. I mean, these can go too. I saw them. I buy them right from my dude. Where I'm stomping them. The quest where I'm picking up the fletching. Don't start garden pining. Don't do anything, huh? Okay, no, don't you stop it now. Or come on, I got the map popping right up, man. What do you think I'm popping around? gosh. Should we drop another one real quick? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to close my eyes for this one. I was in the tent just before bed sleeping. Just like now. I had all my strength accumulated. I was honestly pre-flexing. Like this, that's the third time. I'm opening them up. I can't contain it. Loading the car up. I'm ready. I did paddle right there. Didn't have a problem. And like I said, diagonal in the air. But getting to there, and Dad on my back too, almost crashing behind. But that's like the extra bit because you in the mind, I'm thinking well, here's the first stop, but down there is one of the real exits. And I felt it. And I'm not saying anything. It is what it is. Don't be like the first to complain, at least. You know what I'm saying? Not like that though. But hey, I don't want to hide it like always. But like a good one. I had my strength accumulated. Everything was good to go. And when I'm at the water, but when I'm turning into the cove, the feet start to shrink quick. And that's like at Lake Mead. What I was thinking. Just to go back, since we're closed in the eyes, we get to think like this. We're expanding our range of topics, essentially, locking them, closing doors. Spreading the message, but making sure the point is viewed from the place where not like I'd said. This is more than again where we're peaking. We can contain these things. And that's what I need to bring back in as well. But when the footage is shrinking, essentially, you get that. And again, you close eyes. How long are you going to make this? But again, my eyes too. As soon as there's a lot to contain. I mean, that's okay, you can peek now. But then, and that was trying to dream, and I'm realizing my eyes excited. I'm closing them, but as tight as I can, but they keep on opening. It is what it is. Running out of feet, I'm running out of stamina because I know the end is right there. Instead of having to go all the way down there, at least we're taking a break. And I felt the nausea coming up strong, and that was laundry. Had to do it. I went to go have a Snickers. I went to it, and I'm thinking, how long have they been in there after I got it and opened it up? And I don't even think I opened it up, but after I got it, how long have they been there? I think I thought of that too before I even bought it. But I bought one, and it was weird. I haven't checked the bank yet. It showed credit $2.50, but then when it $2, and then it didn't have 50 cents. But regardless, the one I bought stuck. Kind of like this is. This is why it needs to, God bless. The patience that we had there. Not even going back into RuneScape, and we're open. That's what I'm talking about. I'm so excited. And I wanted the Snickers, it was the first thing of the day. You're trying to break the fast. And I have this saying in the back of my head. I'm not going to bring it up. At least not that. That's not the kind of place. Not different story. It was stuck. And then the 50 cents is $2. The 50 cents when it said $2.50 credit. Very odd. Very odd. Regardless, it was stuck. So I'm okay, gotta buy another one. I didn't want to go. Okay, gotta buy another one. At least, and that's what I thought. Yeah, at least I try and resolve the situation. It was my situation first. I got into it. I got it eventually. I haven't checked the bank because the credit seemed to disappear, and I didn't have the phone on me. It was charging, and come to find out, it wasn't even charging. It was stuck. I mean, I might as well. It was plugged in. The extension cord was plugged in, but the actual charging block It wasn't plugged into the extension cord. Normally doesn't happen. So I was running out of stamina. And I thought to myself too, maybe I should bring the iPad. Maybe this would be one of those times to paint. And there was a lot of times to paint in the mind. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. All right, so I felt like I was gonna puke. All right, back also at laundromat. The strength. I mean, we can. Amen. But I'm still closing my mind because there's so much stuff. Let's at least we need to be doing something. I mean, just I mean, at least real quick, right? At least real quick. No. Oh, jeez. I think that's actually like no. I need to go actually like at least like to the gemstone craft at least like 5 minutes. Like when it goes like that, like God bless. God bless. God bless. So we're running out of stamina. And I had only had a Snickers bar same day. That's it. I broke the fast. I saved one. I'm like, okay, we got. The other one was melted. By the time we got home, it was melted. Done. Cooked. I put it in the pocket. I mean, you could have saved it in the freezer, but I put it in the pocket, trying to get the laundry with the Snickers at the same time. It was done. And you know, it's good we at least cut that prayer where it was, like a 1/3 sort of thing. This part, I got chili jillies. It was one of those secret, like, all right, not everyone knows, chili jillies. It was just like, I got it, I bought it. It was, my mom and I asked her, what you want? I'm gonna go run down. I'm gonna go run down. Real quick, laundry's in. I got about, at least 30 minutes. At least 30 minutes. And I'm going to just ruin right now. Come to find out, I didn't even start it. So I'm like, at least 30 minutes. And I didn't even start it. Or is that why I ran down? I forget. I think that's why I ran down, because I didn't start. One of them I didn't start. By the time it was done and we were putting it in the dryer, it's been a long, getting a long. It's back, forward, here, there. I mean, everywhere. All right, so I forgot to start the one load washer, and at first the payment wasn't. It was the 350 water, 375 if it's warm, 4 if it's hot. You know what I'm saying? That's a one loader right there for you. These are one loads. That's all, and that's like the spinning. Most people. Most people. I mean, nowadays they got like the drum lock. You can sit there and watch it. This is the old-fashioned, the white ones. You slam the lid down, bump. If you got jeans in there, something heavy, boom, 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 boom. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, chill out and into Colorado, but I'm in stuck. Now I'm going to get down. We all know what happened there. That's not some trigger that these are not voice activated things. You believe? I don't have the will, the know, the say, the how, the know nothings, the know nadas. I don't have the what. That's like when I'm saying, well, the rich people are just out there playing around. If you think you can, if you think you can, on my first try, if you think you can, on my first try, if you think you can, on my first try. I mean, like, holy, slow down. That's been on the whole time, ever since the lake, and all of a sudden, yippity doo dah, the wire's fripping out. The wire's fripping frying, dude. Duty dude, or what in the fruity pooter? Huh? What in the frippin' scooter? Oh, what was that there? Bana intulan and shulan and insulan and intulan and menakana and shulan and tulala menakala menakana and shulan and shulan menakana hamana and shulan menakana and shulan menakana and shulan and shulan menakana. I don't know everything. I don't know anything. Matter of fact, I'm over here solving out this like the Maze Runner plus Escape Room, plus whatever other like weird horror film that you'd wanna include here. Like insert whatever gag meme, horror theme you'd ever want to insert here. So I Chili Jillies. The dong 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 dong. And let's go right back. I mean, of course I have the story like that. I'm the one that did it. What do you think? I just I'm popping in, popping out. This is. I mean, of course I didn't want to because this is like that, right? We got a different thing going on, don't we? That's like popping in, popping out. What's up? What's up? I didn't want to be turning off the lights. Safety number one priority. You better hurry, Max. Not Max. Like no, this is Max Dura. This is a different Max. It's not the copy pasta. We don't need to go into an interesting tactic, huh? Interesting. Hey, not like the what? Are we sure? You're gonna have to crunch some for numbers for this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Woo-wee. Wow. That's righteous. And so, rightfully enough, the Chili Jillies run was accepted. I thought it was going to be declined. But a challenge like this, right down the street. And I mean, I've gone to Chili Jillies on foot from my house, so it ain't too bad, okay? But today was different. Today was different. Today I had like the magnetics on. My feet were, well, it was an interesting one. I had to go down to Chili Jillies, quick. I had a certain amount of time. Wasn't trying to, and in the heat, you gotta be taking things slowly. At least I feel like, at least in my, current, whatever's going on. But the more I find out, the more I figure. But you guys got to keep crunching the numbers there, right? So, I mean, I wonder what you found in the moon sand. Maybe you found life. Like, oh snap, there's life.
There's life elsewhere. There must be something. um,
Chili Jilly's run. The Chili Jilly's run. It was a struggle getting down there. Not too bad. Not a struggle. But I knew once I had the Chili Jillies in the hand, she'd only wanted just a dull soft serve, and I'm like, you want the float with like the Sprite in it? And she's like, no, just the soft serve. And I forgot they do like a pineapple. They do pineapple juice. It's like pineapple soft serve and pineapple juice. They might have other flavor, but the ones we tried the pineapple one, and I should have gotten that one. But so okay, so I'm going back and it's melting like and I'm like I'm sort of like I'm with the pace with this over a hundred, easily by then I think like 10, 11 o'clock. How's that go? It's like it was at least over 10, on its way to 11, and Chili Jilly's after 30 minutes plus another at least 30 minutes, it's at least like 11 going on 12, whatever time that is. Chili Jilly's opens at like 10:30, so it was at least open. I think it opens at 10:30, something like that, maybe, something like that. Not 100% sure. Is it 9:30? Is it 10:30? Oh, yeah. Let me click this. Let me see. 10. I should have known 10, but it was like, well, on the late days at work, going to Chili Jilly's, I mean, they could have. They were doing it. It's just open. They're just opening there. They're just opening there at Chili Jilly's. They're just. You want to stop turning off my light when it wasn't turning off the whole time? Because I'll keep. We can let's see, let's figure it out if these are secret signals messages. I'm 100% serious. I mean, I tried to. I mean, you got some crazy ones online. It hasn't been doing this. It stopped. It stopped. It's this. I mean, I've mentioned this before, but it stopped. And now here, random on the claws, on the talk, literally on the. It's a ticking. It's a one, like one of those. Um, eyes open. Like there's no 1/3. Like we're past that, obviously, unless this is the huge train, like the train translation. You know what I'm saying? Unless, but it is. What does he mean first when we think? Well, that's what that means. That's what that like. I know what this world can potentially contain. My eyes are open like that. Okay. But then, like, if you think you can, and if you fucking look back, and then my lights are shutting off, but I can say that. But in your wacky, freaky fracky, I'm not tricky. I'm actually tracking. And like I said, if you take the layers and you undo it, then you're taking more than just history out. And this is more than just opening up law and actually what it is and what it's taking out. It's more than just opening law and cracking the fucking court right open. Because if you're covering that up, we know more than what we know. We know well more than what we know. Because, like I said, if you're even here on the live stream, you know that one to not, like I said, you're wanting the train translation. When your mind is so gone and it's, like I said, like a recalled one, because you're over here, well, that's a bad one, just erase it. That's a zap 'em. Zap what? I'm going to go back to what I was doing. I was running from Chili Jilly's because I just got my stuff. Mom wanted a dull soft serve and I wanted the float.
with the pineapple, the juice. When I thought it was, because I have had Sprite, and I'm like, yeah, let me actually have that time. It sounds good, because the dull juice was sounding, not sounding. The dull juice it had a dull flavor, but I know it just is what it is. That's the come and go of life. It's not like, oh, it's the ozone, it was just high. I don't, that's a whole different thing. I don't want to just jump into that. It's a whole different thing. And no, I didn't do anything. I'm over here trying to decompress, do anything. I did do something, but that was before dinner. I didn't go back. That was like bringing these on. If I'm not getting the midnight, you know, um, a nightcap. If I'm not getting a nightcap, no dessert. I'm getting some dessert, and it is what it is. You buy them again. We thought these were big packages. When you're buying off Walmart or whatever, we thought there was a big old package. I mean, keto friendly. I didn't know about alcohol sugars. What is this? Sugar alcohol? Holy smokes. Maybe I did. I don't know. That's like remembering Phelium husk. Phelium husk. Phelium. Is that what it is? Because I just now Googled it again. Is the S silent? Phelium? I don't know. It's been a while. On keto. We were talking about that just recently. So I got Chili Jillies, I'm running with it now because feeling like the delivery man. I got to get this, They're going to be pissed off if it's all melted. It's going to be my fault. Although I know how she enjoys, but, regardless, I got to go. She's going to know, like, the pace, by the pace. And it still took a while, like, down the street, but, it's like, okay. It's like I'm passing by the bus stops, I could stop running. I'm in some shape. You can at least enjoy it now. It's just at this point it's dripping, and I start running, and like up, and I'm like running, chasing it. I don't know. I was being silly. That's why, like, oh, should we include this? Well, yeah, actually, maybe we should close our eyes because that was adding strength. In a place where it's extremely hot, and I'm drinking this, and it's not exactly cooling me off. You know what I'm saying? It's not cooling me off. It's actually like, it's zapping me, like I said. But I found my strength in what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I can if you want some Sprite, but that's what essentially I became, walking back to the laundromat with what I had, because I only took maybe like 3-4 sips. Like, I wasn't about to sit there and gulp it like the whole time, and like, you know what I'm saying? Although I should have. I probably should have. I probably would have. I would have taken a few more stops, and and then, like, by putting that down, like, no, that wasn't an option. I like 3-4 drinks, and like that sip of just like to taste it, and I'm going. But it wasn't good. I mean, after just having a Snickers bar, I did crack the Snickers. I did crack the Snickers. But anyways, I got back. I almost, it is what it is. This, I did have another Snickers in case I had to cough one up. But realistically, I wanted to split the one Snickers, and that was the plan. But then, like, when I got two, I was like, well, I was gonna already cough some up, but instead, I got two, so I'm already coughing one up. Are you done? I mean, it's over here. It's literally. I mean, here actually. You want it there? I mean, maybe the phone too. Should I? All right. So the chili chili's run, it wasn't good, and I was using my mom's. I had it up in the air while it was dripping because it's dripping regardless. But it's dripping, and as the drops are falling, I'm running and trying to catch the golden goodness. Kept me running. No, it kept me in the game. It's not a game that you obviously get that, but in mentally when I'm struggling to you know struggling from like eating the thing that I'm like running to keep me going. And that would have been something far. I mean, I got there, but on the way back, an empty cup is all you got. All right, well, so we'll call out this person. I had to. I had to. I had to. It was a full on convo. I had to. I was included. I was included in the conversation. I had to call out that person. I had to call him out. But nothing bad they did. Nothing bad they did. But they were just lining things up with the movement. That's all. Nothing bad that this person in particular did. I don't know this person at all. But in the mind, in the mento, in the mento, in the tempo OS, in the tempo, it was gnarly. And then for them to move, for me to have that person targeted, that's what sealed the deal. You know what I'm saying? That's what that's what, all right, if you're going to randomly target that person in the mind, then them move to do like that, when I was over there with the arrows doing like that, way too many coincidences, I'm going to have to do that, and I'm not going to sit there, I'm not going to sit on it like a stinky egg, I'm just going to do it, and we're going to figure out it all. That's why I said, like, at least 50% in the game, and it's not always like that, Some people are bringing it to the table like this. Well, a full-on feast. So the chili chilies, that was a technique, and like, and I was running differently, doing different things, and it is what it is. I'm over here like desert ratting this, and I was thinking about, well, what about the snakes? That was before even seeing the spider, and the spider I saw, the one spider on the hammock, that was today, but the other one was last night. Um, the tarantula. I'll say it again. The tarantula. My mom said she's never seen one. That's wild. I'd never seen one like in the wild. That's wild. Like, oh my goodness, that thing was. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, gosh. And it's, oh my gosh. I couldn't handle myself yesterday. Last night I had to blow up. Like, what in the world is this world? And people are like, and it was a whole spiritual outing. It was a whole, I was getting the signs before the signs were showing. It was a whole one of those. It was a whole one of those. So if you think I wanted all of that for you, then you better pack those bags and get over here quick. Because whatever they're feeding you, spoon feeding it, it can be changed like a blink of the eye. And just like I said, I've been ready the whole time. You know, it is it is what it is. You can go. This is the one I'm a first timer. But then if you take like, well, the first time, then that means like what all of these meant. These were signs. They knew there was a different culture going on. And then like I'm saying, well, the mathematicians, they also say, but the mathematicians aren't gonna give you a dull float on the way out when that's the last stop, like entering into Arizona. The prices are hiked up. It is what it is. I mean, that's a spot. And then what do you say? It's also in Henderson. Was that on the TV? I think I saw that. Where was that? I don't know. It says in Henderson, something like that, or there's something like that. And I don't know. I mean, it's close. What is Horizon the closest? I don't know. Horizon. I don't know what's the closest there. I mean, they're talking about street names. I don't even know. Well, I guess that the one technicality me. I mean, I've been to Railroad Pass, and the Krispy Kreme. That's for sure as well. I mean, don't technicality me. Um, uh, but you know what I'm saying. All right, go on. um, uh, there's been at the dinner table. I did all just like seeing the tarantula. I mean, at the dinner table. I saw everyone. All right here. At least we know this is real life for some of us with the technology we have going on. Wally. Hey, I'm here to clean up the planet, or at least help out. As when we got to and then not to showboat, to my own horn. I saw some trash. That was the first thing I saw when we were backing up. About to start. Unpacking the car. I saw some trash on the beach. It was a bottle. I don't want to speak that language, because you hear my voice. At least not now. That's like me blowing up. That's like me blowing up last night at my mom and dad. How am I gonna speak that language when I'm doing that? And then you hear my voice, like, and I'm trying to explain it the best I can. This was obviously more than just you think. Obviously more than people just tell you. This is a lot more. I get back
with Chili Jillies, I'm about to yak, but then like bright idea, quick put everything down, outside, get mom at least. I didn't put that down. My drink was clean. If it's dripping, I feel like okay, it's dripping. But if I put it down like on there, then I'm like okay, well, then like that's dripping. um, but at least like that's like that's non-solo party thinking. You know what I'm saying? If I'm like solo party, then like I'm putting a hand underneath it, cupping sort of thing. Um, but I ran into the back. I know they have a bathroom. I got me some napkins, wash my hands, things like that. Um, my mom realized it was the one with the pineapple juice as well. Like I even forgot. I was supposed to get a cherry. I didn't get a cherry. And I even reminded her, like, come on, I see a cherry right there. And that's not the first time either, believe me. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. I got sandwiched at Chili Jillies. One in the front and one in the back. One pulled up randomly. I turned around like, oh, hey there, that's random. I mean, hey, hey, random. How many? I'm a young uncle. I'm a young uncle. That's all I know. That's all I know. It was like a sandwich attack. I mean, and then forget the cherry, and then I mean, as I'm running away from it, I guess that's already. I don't. And if you think I need the cherry, it's already been busted. I gave proof of that. And then like it is what it is, coincidental as she's pulling up, maybe even thought it was like a parental sort of thing. Like, oh, you're leaving. Oh, it's a walk home. Walk home. Yeah, I give. I'd rather run away with the highest. You got like the steps. I try to show you. Especially when I looked like behind it, I'm like, oh, you finally showed up, sort of thing, like, and not standing behind me. Okay, no, I mean, well, hey, that would be like a reality translation sort of thing. Whoopsie, those get real. Well, it was the show must go on theory. That's what it is. The show must go on theory, and if you think you can pay those mathematicians just to be corrupt, well, congratulations. That's exactly what. Well, if you think you can, give an air of doubt. Give some air. I mean, I'm not the first. Not. If you think you can, right now, these are actually pretty good. I like them. A little sourness. And sweet. Watermelon flavor is good. Shameless, by the way. If you didn't try, keto friendly. What's up, watermelon? I'll have two. Ooh wee. I was like that last night. It was wild, actually. I had one left, I thought. And I'm like, all right, this is the one I saved. Like one of those, like one left in the bag. And I saved it. I should have just, but here in the story, well, just one left. Okay, you saved it. I opened it back up. I found two. I'm like, oh, wow. I surprised myself. Oh, wow, two. It's amazing. And then a third one popped out, like when I like triple checked the bag.
And then I was like really surprised. Like I'm like, okay, these are one of those things that like you set yourself up for that. But like that's like an honesty check, you know what I'm saying? Like that's another reason why the monkeys would keep me. Like I would put that in their cycle. You get that? I'd put the act of, being surprised in their cycle. I talk about being surprised and like in magic and things like that. It was an honesty check. You can't get any more. That's mad. It's pure magic. Like I mean, that's telling. I told my brain there's one left, but I'm gonna save it. I was honest to myself. I was honest, and I gave it out to everything. And then checking it. Oh, two. I'm lucky. And that was another honesty check, but the third one's like, dang, sealed the deal. Now it's magic. I got not only honest, but I brought the facts with it. But that would be something in the monkey's brain. That'd be something in their cycle. Not just the monkeys, but you get that. And it'll be a reason why they'd save me. Why they'd keep me. If the monkeys was just trolling, that was with your technology, then well, the box is like the impassable wall now. Like you could be trying to put your ear to the box, and then I guess like I guess you're still gonna be fucking around. I don't know. You want that? Come on, I give it like that, like a real like. But this one's like underneath. Just saying, like if you hopefully like maybe you thought it was like a cry going, no, I ain't gonna do that, but I'll do like one of those. I mean, at least gonna have like either with myself the earth with something. Because that would be like if I just following policy, like these are the rules here, like you know what I'm saying. I'm okay. If I hear more people here and that's messed up. Because just like the lights turning off. And I'm screaming about it. And then even brought out. What's up? What's up? I would scream for Halloween too. Why is my light keep turning off though? Wait, did I put it right here or did I put it, was it up? Wait a second, this was a flip too. That'll be for the cameras to see. Did I pull it from here or did I pull it from here? Because I felt like I pulled it from here from the side, but I remember putting it back there. Did I? No, I remember because I set it up and I had this like here. We'll do one more swap. I'll put it back there so everyone knows. We'll do one more swap and then I'll just leave it, I guess. You don't want me to be on purple. And these snacks are good. So that's like, as I'm like talking about it too. Was I talking about it? No, this is just mental abuse now. That's what it is. As blatant. As blatant. Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that? That just means every other next one. That's weird. I mean, you're on some weird stuff. I mean, I brought the facts here. I don't know what you brought. Dollar bills. Mobile. I think them I think those B's and G's now. So the chili chilies, it was good. Um, I mean, I was sweating at the laundromat. It is what it is, but getting there, I cleaned up. I helped clean up the beach. I started paddleboarding. I didn't even think I had it in me. Um, I at least got myself wet this time though, you know. So at least I jumped in and then I jumped in again. I think a second time. You know, so it wasn't just one dunk and then get right out. Although it was one dunk out and then one dunk in. It wasn't like when we got our stuff set out. It was like a few dunks out, and then like trudging back in, trudging, trudging, treading, treading, treading. Uh, if here, I think we're to the point where I have more than my receipts, and you guys are literally burning things. It was crawdad season. All the crawdads were out. Tons of them last night. Tons of crawdads. Skunk might eat them. What was the nickname? One arm. We saw one arm. Or yeah, I mean like might as well one claw. We saw one claw. He's a trooper out there. I mean, maybe it's the same one. Who knows? That's like a pigeon, though. Excuse me. In the mental health facility, one of the patients there was a repeat, and they had said that. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was they had just been there for a while. Maybe not to say like I think it may have just been just given I don't remember 100%. May have been there for a while. Said they had seen a pigeon with one leg. And I'm like, I've never seen this. A pigeon with one leg. I have the landing gear. No offense, but no offense. But kid you not. I don't know if it was the same day or it was definitely within the same stay or the next stay. Either the same stay or the next stay. I think maybe I've seen him a few times too, but I definitely saw him. Definitely saw him. One leg. I mean, these are fudge troopers. I mean, it's a cove. I was over swimming in the water and my back's like this is why you need a life vest. True. That is true. I don't know if I'll be able to get onto the paddleboard when I fall off, if I fall off though, with the life vest on. That might be a worse scenario. And I know I can float too. I've been testing it. When I lost my weight originally, I was sinking. I was scared. Maybe that was why, figuring things out. I was panicking in the water, extreme panic in the water, like, "Whew, I'm sinking. I lost it all. All my buoyancy is gone." It wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. But I was sinking like a rock, though. I mean, normally going over, I mean, like the 3, the 4, all of those plus, I can just, just sit there and just float up. But I mean, I felt like I was sinking. I had to kept on going down to try, and then I was like, I'm at the 6 feet, and I was sinking. It was, I don't even know if it went up to 6 feet, but it was gnarly. I was sinking. Well, I can float though. And I got that back eventually. Put on some pounds. It is fresh water too, right? Less buoyancy. um, excuse me. The tarantula. My mom spotted it. We had our table set up at nighttime, sort of near the fire. This was just a little personal side table where we ate dinner. We put our dinner there, basically. I mean, we had the cutting board, everything. We had tostadas, had a little flank steak. I mean, what are all those things called? We're sort of like a flank steak is iron steak. Well, that's like three terms, ain't it? Flat iron, skirt steak. Yeah, flat iron. I mean, that's like, and the more you learn, I started getting, not to spoil everything. Spoilers. I mean, if you like cooking though, what the prime rib, the tomahawk, the ribeye, and the filet mignon. I think there's, I don't know what's the ribeye name, the spinalis, the eye, and the, I don't know. Is spinalis even the right word? Spinalis. Oh, that's the cap. Is that the filet mignon? Complexus? Oh, the cap, the eye of the rib is the eye of the rib, like I said the eye of the rib was. Around the cap. That is a good part. I do like that. And then the third part is this picture only shows 2. Why would you do that? Now you're really confusing people. The fat cap. They're showing the cap, and then they're showing the spinalis and the fat cap, and then they're showing the ribeye. And then I thought, on the other side of that is that the complexus. But on this picture, I don't know why you'd show that. I thought it was 3. I mean, I'm sure people might take that as the tail. For ribeye is like, when I was on keto, like ribeye was one of those meats, but it was still a specialty meat, like that we bought. Like it wasn't like everything. I mean, it is what it is, but I can eat ribeye like a lot. Like ribeye is like, whoo, we go ribeye. But like nowadays, like not nowadays. I mean, I don't know how long it's been like this, but probably for a while. But now like looking at that now, it's like, oh my god, ribeye, yo, jeez, my goodness. I mean, it's always been like that. I mean, that's like crab legs too, though. I suppose like we weren't having crab legs every night, every month, nothing like that. But we've definitely had a lot of crab legs. We love crab legs. I ain't gonna lie about that. I mean, we cracked down a lot of crab legs. Like bam, like Like I'm talking about like bam, like bam. Well, actually, like for me, it's like bam, but then it's not like it's like bam, 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 and like bam, and it's like bam, and then it's like bam, and it's like bam. You know what I'm saying? Like, bam, and it's like bam. Every time you gotta bam it, and then 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 bam it. I mean, it's really you only get a couple, but then you go back to your hand or your cluster. I don't, not compared to bananas. Your next cluster, bam. I mean, oh your goodness. If you bust down some crab legs, then there's no time to be messing around. It's on that cluster again. Bam! And you start cracking it down on the sides, and you can dip it if you want. Pop it off. Then, like, it's the same actions. Like, the dog's even at times waiting, like, knowing when the next big, sickle's coming. The dogs got an upgrade when the trade routes started to improve. Oh my gosh. I mean, if you look at it, it makes good sense. But, holy smokes. Ay. My dog doesn't even really like crab. Aurora did, but Shine, yeah. I'm trying to think, like, does she actually? Man, she might. No offense, but what's a gypsy's specialty? I will leave it for this now. Oh my god. So, okay, why is Google doing this? There's no single traditional preference for crab among diverse Romani, often called gypsy people. Food choices depended heavily on local. So, like connoisseurs. Ooh, that was interesting. How did that go, like, and get collected real quick? Well, yes, I will like to stay here. I can stay here as far as... Well, we did... Do I have to? 40... all of the movie theater effects... I'm going too fast, I gotta do something. The dimensions, they get, claustrophobic. I gotta use that word at least in the sides. Let's make it a little harder on my mind now. I want you to at least, be on my side. Because I'm back here and in these parts, I'm like dancing through. I got to at least keep the movement, at least. If you're just sitting there and nothing's on the brain, but I'm working through things. Right, I got it. It starts with the C. Is that enough for you? Like, ooh. Maybe. Do you think? I do have the next one as well. Oh, yes. It was also, it was oh, like to reply to oh. Yes, it was oh. Like that's the next, that's the, if you know, is if connoisseur was the first word I was looking for, then the next word that I was also watching before it all got collected and swept up like a sweepstake and taken away, was also C. Yes, it was 100% also C. And it also, the next letter to that word, wait a second, like connoisseur, is also O. Is also O. So, now that I'm drilling through the mind like this, really found some data. Well, I was keeping my own movement of numbers flowing. I did find that second word. The departure is here at the third letter. The departure is here. The first one was N. And it's like, no. Like at least 25% just went no, like a triple one. And they were doing those two just to check. We'll do a third one, but a second one for me, you know? If you're paying attention to anything. Well, you know, let's start, wait a second. Let's add some, maybe like pennies that, I don't know, it must have been something bouncing off of. All right. So, the departure, 25% feeling like, no, it's supposed to be, hey, wait a minute. Jeez. Hey, but before even leaving, I'm like, well, maybe, you know, if we're going to be there for 2 nights, let me at least take a number 2. We brought the porta potty as well. Sorry, if the 25 are like that, then you got people doing like the mouth and, you know, the water in the mouth challenge, like sort of thing. Those gassy rooms, I can only imagine. Plugging up one source just to start adding movement to the other. Great work, guys. Keep it up. Hey, it's giving confidence back to the 25 that were like, because they had the right answer, like when they were face palming, but they were just like jumping the gun. They're really giddy, like they had to remember back to the first word that were said. We're working on the second word. Then we have the confidence. But 25%, they drop it like that, and I mean, I do too. It's easy, and but you know, you're just the train, you know, the track. It jumped, and then you're talking about the cycles. What else? If you're leaving that for the monkeys, what else do you think you'll have? Oh, would you be surprised? Alright, so we're not trying to do a gemstone crab the whole night, but we do want to at least get through some of the story time. Before it's like a time where I'm like, we got to deal like peace of mind. You know, people are starting to go to sleep. You know, it's about that time. But the touring of the story is, you know, I'm trying as fast as I can. Like literally. And like this is like the next carrot for me. maybe the 25 were the one to think of that first, but as it trickles in, you know, the scale starts to weigh. Like if you're watching somebody in their cycles, you know, their habits, you know, and you start putting two and two and you start adding. But that's like the scale. All right, let's keep going here. Where were we at? Right. I mean, you get so far, and it's like the mind starts to jump tracks quick. Cosmopolitan. That's the word I was looking for. You know what I'm saying? So I guess they don't have and so you know, if they weren't diverse into the sea. I want to say it. There were a lot of fish jumping out of the water, and they were big ones. They were big ones. I don't know what they were. Before going, I was getting excited watching about like in 2006. You know, not like excited like that because I mean I did see like it was like a catastrophe. Like I don't know all what happened. I didn't even like. I wasn't 100%. By like I had like 15% focus on it, but it was as the scale was going, you know, back, you know, going up and down. It was finding its curve like the snake, you know. When I explained that, oops. Lots of fish, but I was learning about the desert suckers. I knew about the suckers, but I thought they were like these are catfish, right? No, these are desert suckers. Right? A desert sucker. Oh my god, it's a phenomena. So these desert suckers, and it's not like what Shameless could easily make, like lollipop type. Wow, that's good watermelon. You know, I haven't looked up who was the first one to really start mixing flavors here. You know what I'm saying? Mixing flavors up. So these desert suckers. Boom. Hold on. Right. Some desert suckers. So the fish that I was seeing, they might have been, honestly, I don't know how big they get. And they were jump like the two that I saw, they looked big. Like a few feet. Like at least 2 foot. At least 2 foot. I mean, I mean, they were active too. Like I'm talking about, I was hearing them jump out of the water like I've never heard before.
like I didn't get to see much because I was over on the paddleboard and it was nighttime and they were in the boat. Um, and like the flashlight, I didn't have a strong enough flashlight, and there was only one flashlight that was strong enough to like penetrate the water like that. Um, Imagine having like a torch. There's Loch Ness out there, I know. On the shore with just barely any light there. I mean, even with me in Lake Mead, I felt something ominous. I mean, 300 like something meters, 300 some odd meters. That's a lot of That's a lot of you know. And that's like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how all that works. But the fish there, they were jumping out of the water. What was I gonna say? I mean, I definitely jumped around. Now I got a little sidetracked and lost. Now I really did it. um. No, actually though I did. All right, where am I at here? There's way too many things going on to be answering all the things all at once. But sometimes I can answer things through the brain and still act out in reality. I'm getting better at that. It is what it is. At times, if it's quick enough, if it's right there, if there's a good, response time, like being in a hot kitchen, you just sort of like, you just like when everything's flowing, you sort of, you're there to grab the bowl when the bowl's there and you just see it in the peripherals. You know what I'm saying? Like sort of thing. Like the mind's like not always like depending on like where you're at. Like if it's like like cut and dry. Like in it's like a train station like sort of movement, like sort of thing, like you're passing by and they're passing by, like sort of thing, like, or if they're just wasting time. Geez, where am I here in the story? Phlegm watch. I did kind of leave that one go. That one does burn. I haven't been vaping. I have not been vaping. All right, let's see. Where were we in the story? We had delivered Chili Jillies. We had gotten there, and I done dunked myself a few times. I tried to take a number 2 deuce. That's what it was. When I was at the mental health facility, it was 7 days. I was there for 7 days, and I didn't go not once. My body wasn't. That's like my body wasn't feeling like. But I tried to go before going, but even going camping, and I got a little, if I need to exit, then where I went. I'm at home, I'm feeling safe with it. But even after, like, I haven't gone, what are you trying to do? Test with my lights turning on and off like that? And they're not turning, they turn back on automatically. But them turning it off, they're not supposed to do that. They're not supposed to turn off. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. And they haven't been turning off, so obviously it's something. Obviously it's something. Or it's maybe someone puts the block on. Maybe someone puts me on block, and when they're like, "Oh, it's hot. You need to at least watch right now. At least if any time, at least watch right now." You know what I'm saying? I mean, they absolutely, whatever you think they've done it. They've done it. They wanted to try. And I've done absolutely nothing in this life. I've been doing too many things, too many priorities. That's like brushing my teeth. I took my toothbrushes and the toothpaste, but it turns out, it pans out, too many things to do. Too many things to do. I mean, even getting up out of the bed, I gotta wake my back up. And like I woke my back up and it was all good and gravy and I forgot about how bad it's in pain. And like I get home and I go rest in the bed and like as soon as that's like quicksand, like that's done. Like I was cooked like trying to get up after that. That's like taking off skates after a full session, like a full on, I'm at Crystal Palace and I'm not really skating them, but at least I have them on the whole day. That's like I did skate some, but at least I didn't take them off. Regardless. Uh, it's just a weird feeling, that's all. Um, I want to say it's like your feet are asleep, but they're not asleep. Like it's like your feet are asleep, but those feet are not asleep. It was like I think I talked about false steps already. I had two at least solid false steps where I think there's a step right there, like I'm using like my peripheral the way I normally do to like, gauge like if there's a step right there and where I should be stepping. At least there was a false step. I stepped there and it wasn't there. At least two. I was sort of making fun of the first one. What was I going to say? Um, Chili Jillies. Got the stuff. I forgot the grill grate. We didn't forget the grill grate. I believe the grill grate's underneath. I never even confirmed this. Underneath the car. Because at first it was forgetting the table. And we remembered the table. We've been remembering the table the last few times. But I think the grill grate was now tucked in where the table was. I saw the umbrellas, but I didn't see the grill grate. But I didn't look back there either. I saw the umbrellas that were on top of the table, and I just took the table as the umbrellas are being held back by what's there. The umbrellas sliding underneath everything, and then, I just put everything back as quick as I can because that was basically the last thing before we're all heading off. I thought I was gonna. Ride on the side of the boat, but I managed. I did, like I said, by puking. It's like I know my body wanted to tap out a little bit ago. You know what I'm saying? But I kept on telling myself. I kept on putting myself up to the challenge. I kept on saying, well, if I tap out now, then that's like just forgetting about tapping out now and keep on going till then. And like I'll put that question off until then, and then when that question comes up again, I'll tackle that question then when that comes up. And that's living in a different part of the mind. That's all that is. But that was like when it came to taking the break, which I already knew that was the thing. Taking the break. We'll at least take a break here, and then figure out what's going on. If we're going up or we're staying. And like I said, a big old goalie with minnows. I don't know how. The goalie turned out like that because we looked at it before even. We looked at it before even leaving. The night we camped the last time, the monsoon. But turning into the cove, I was already like, okay, I'm gassing now. And I think I kind of explained this. But it's just a weird thing of puking. I don't want to puke, like, jeez. But I was also about to go, I was about to keep going. I was about to, because it and it's weird. But diagonally, but still, Hey. It was a little windy down the canyon. Get this. How did I not? Jeez. I should have looked up top left. That's what I'll train my eye right now. At least have that going. Top left. Desert suckers. Yes, the infamous desert suckers. What do you know about the desert suckers? Sorry, I had I got stuff. I took a, I gave you a little bit of what I had seen. You can Google desert suckers if you want to see. And I even mainly because I talk about the desert suckers and desert suckers, here they are. I don't know if those are like but hey, thought that was cool. Sucker fish. I remember. Oh, I didn't realize that does that. How do I? I guess it doesn't matter either. I just pull that back out like that. I didn't realize that's even a thing there. Hey, now you know. I remember one time at Lake Mead. This was when I was young, but it was when it was a windy day, and the whole sky was dusty, it was that windy. These sort of days don't happen anymore. But that's okay. It's like you see like the Wizard of Oz. It looks all dusty. That's why it was a scary thing, honestly. Maybe looking back, like those days where it's dusty, looks like the twister's about to rip through. I send out the DMs, but what am I gonna do? You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna keep pushing the subject. That'd be like that. I feel like that's scumbaggy of me. You know what I'm saying? Especially where I'm all right, guys, here I am. Here I've been. I've been here the whole time, but where I've been asking where you guys have been. You know what I'm saying? So, what happened? Let's see. We ate the skirt steak on tostadas. Those tostadas were sweaty. I didn't notice tostadas got so sweaty. I'm dang. Try some new charcoals. They were good. They were good. I'll approve of them. They seemed they were nice and hot, and I cooked on them. I cooked on them personally. And set up the fires, personally. Or at least tried. I did a couple. Plus maintained. No. Well, I cleaned out the fire pit, and then refilled it with good gravel. At least did what I thought was the right move. I didn't want to have a big old it was so dug out that the pit was you would have been surprised. I gave it a home improvement. Plus the tarantula even thought so. I thought walked right through, bada bing, bada boom. But on the path that I on the on the stones that I laid down. Because this was, he was walking basically on the corn's rolling table. Because that was the night before I even gave it the fireplace improvement. The tarantula was just pre-testing. It was given its pre-review. And in the morning too, there was still a little bit of red in, if you know anything about camping, sometimes you better be careful. You see, it looks like it's all white in there. You go messing around, but it's still red. And then when I had the shovel, getting that stuff, and then I already knew too. You can sometimes put your hand over the top of that. You already know. Plus, even messing with it. But we had a shovel. But I did feel it, and I knew. messing with it, there was a little bit of embers, red embers, and I didn't know, but I did know as soon as I started 100% messing with it with the shovel. Seeing them red embers, 100%. It's so hot in there, and just pop a whatever, and it might light. It might just light, depending. I don't want to give you, and especially if you like a nice bed of ashy. Um, all right, we're jumping, into the stories quick. The the charcoals, the new charcoals, they had the center drilled out of them, like they were long like cylinders. But then I'm like thinking it was the same price apparently for the same size of charcoal, but is it the same weight? That's what I started thinking. That's what I started thinking. If it is, then okay. I think maybe it was. I'm not 100% sure. I was thinking, okay. I don't remember the name. They wanted you to use them in a fire starter. That's how they wanted you to use them. Used a little bit of, lighter fluid. I don't know how much you're supposed to be using lighter fluid wise, but the first time I lit them up, I had to soak them, give them an extra little soak of lighter fluid. The second time, I just knew, like, okay, they need X amount of lighter fluid. We setting up the camp. I didn't help set up the camp much. We didn't even use the canopy. There's like the mangrove or whatever, the tree there. Is it the one that's prickly? I don't know if it's the same species. Honestly, I don't know like the species. The 3 minutes here, the top left. Hey, that's one of those things I just set up. I'm using it at least. What is it called? Sorry, I got a lot of things in my mind. Because I know people are like... I know that... Oh, that's what I was talking about. That was one of the things. Lake Mead, when I was young. Real dusty. The desert suckers. Was this what I was talking about originally? Potentially. The desert suckers. Feeding them popcorn. I thought they were like catfish or something. Like, I don't even know. Tons of them. Tons of them. Oh my goodness. Alright, are you done getting your max duration? Like when I said, oh, max dura. And matter of fact, I think I gotta use the restroom. Hopefully I can make it back in 5. I think it's like 50%, that's about right. Normally it's with the right. I got myself. Do you see this? See that blister? That was the Hormel's chili. There's a nice little blister too. Oof, ooh, ooh. Ah. Just a little tap of that, and that's full body for me. Ah. Ay, ay, ay. Where was I at the story? Jeez. The suckerfish, I think maybe we just got done explaining. At the end of the pier. Whatever it was. I think it's like a pier thing. I don't think it was at the boat. Like, you know, docking area. Like, it was actually like a fishing little area, you know. I'm throwing popcorn out. May have been, I forget. I don't know. I don't know. Well, there wasn't much else. Well, like I said, we had a flank steak on carne asada. Carne asada flanks. Carne asada. On a carne asada. On a tostada. It was carne asada. I mean, it was alright. I mean, I thought it was, you know, it tasted good. And plus elote. Elote. That was good too. And oh, this brings me back to that was me cutting the elote off the corn, and that was, you know, my mess at the bottom of the table that the water beetle was hauling off. Which we shine the light down when we're eating too, and we didn't realize like the bottom of the table that's feasting out with us. There's nothing happening at the top. No flyers in the food, at least like what I could see visually. You know, I was, and I finished it off too. Like if there was bugs, I ate like at least 75%. And I think maybe it was 70-30, but you know, like that was to bring that in. Like I was putting in work. I didn't even realize, like I said, the tostadas. Like at least I realized again that they sweat. Tostadas, they sweat. If you get them over a nice hot fire, you'll be sweating. A sweaty tostada, nice and hot too, real sweaty. But it's grease, it's not sweat. Like, be careful when you touch that thing. At least I think it is. I haven't done, you know, science. It would make sense for it to be freeze. All right, I'm about to go over to Hawaii Coatl again. Seriously, I'm just trying to, you know, say the story. I think I can go now. I'm just excited. Jeez, you know what I'm saying? That's all. I'm just excited. But I did blow up like last night. Like I can't handle it like that. Like if you think you can, let me just be a bystander the whole time, which I don't mind being a bystander. Like here, let me sneeze. And that was a little phlegmy. Like you got to be careful with that conversation right there. The conversation, the combination. That combination, with the taste of it in my mouth, I'll be starting to think, if you think you can, all of a sudden after I just had that much fun. I'm serious. You guys already tried all that. That was at the dinner table. You guys tried all that at the dinner table while I was eating. before I even got to eat the meal. I was not even eating the meal yet. I was not even eating the meal yet. And you guys did it at the table while I was having the conversation. While I was having a conversation. And the conversation was lining up, but while all of the things were also lining up, like I realized the conversation was more beneficial than even thinking about eating the food at the time. China go-go was dinner. I can repeat that, it's about time. What food? What are we talking about? What food? The China go-go. It wasn't even like a question. But it was one of those things in the mind to act normal. It was just, one of those things. We need to go to mastering mixology or just can these. I think maybe it's time to can these. It's taking up a lot of inventory space. And that all of these are my mess ups. It's not like those are my mess ups. And I thought I was gonna be there. I wasn't. I haven't been back to mastering mixology. Maybe I won't destroy all of them. But I mean, I'm thinking like, okay, so I got all of these and I'm mastering mixology, but maybe it's just because the plugin doesn't light them up. Like it doesn't light it up as something that's good to go. I just gotta know, like, I gotta know what process of the 3 was done to it, even though it doesn't really give an indication. Like, what are the indications there other than it just not stacking? There's none. There's no spot the difference at all. It's just the same things, even though there's... Maybe they don't stack to begin with. Doesn't seem like they stack because there was only 3 processes and there was 4 of those. But still, like... Interesting. And we'll leave those. So the feast going on under the table, it was really just water bugs, which is like cockroaches, you can say. Like cockroaches. The flyers, we had a lantern up top, like top. Like the lantern was up top. Excuse me. That has feeling, my friend. Well, those are just diminishing returns. It's funny I keep those. Those are the highest tier. Interesting. So, we can talk about what happened at the dinner table, or I can at least try and finish the conversation that I had over the weekend. And that's how easy that is. Well, if you want to know what technology was left behind... Right, let's do this. Oh, this is a boss. A Moxilotl. A Moxilotl. It's a boss. I didn't know it was a boss. Is it an easy boss? I wonder. Maybe we go there and try it out. See. Excuse me. I'll try this later. We'll try this later. Let's at least go there. We need to go to Civet. And that's honestly like where we went, right? Jeez. How do we do this? Like that's just, it's one detour. It's one detour, you know what I'm saying? Alright. You're right. You're right. And once we get into the flow, once we get into the motions of things, once we actually, you're right. But at the time, I do have the AC on, so it might be loud. I apologize. This way. Through the gates. There was a fiasco going on underneath the table. The water bugs and the ants. Tiny ants and a few big ants. Not too many big ants, but some tiny ants. Tons of them. Maybe there was a hole there, maybe. Tons of them. Other than that, we went out to the water once we were done, and the crawdads. Holy smoke. The crawdads, there were a ton of them. I was still chowing down on the rest of dinner. Everyone was done except me. I mean, I was about to eat. I was feeling like I was hungry. I was about to eat. Plus, I only ate the Snickers. It was, and the chilies. I mean, well, but then almost doing, I don't want to, keep pushing it. I fasted for 4 days and then tried to put, I put on the same thing and I didn't even get past, you know what I'm saying? I didn't even get past standing up. Like I couldn't even stand up on the paddleboard and I was already winded. But that was like fasting for 4 days and then trying to do it. Like, holy smokes. Because people want to have Wally, but then they also want to zap Wally's juice. So they just want to have Wally without a battery. And that doesn't sound cute. That doesn't sound cool. That doesn't sound smart. That just sounds like assassination. It's not my fault. They're having a good old joy time about this, and if I got to come out like this, and I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I'm essentially not. I didn't scream at my parents, but I do it very justly. But I don't know what's happening to them. If you understand that, the secrets that they don't want to ever say to me, the secrets that the secrets that they're going to go to their deathbed with. Those secrets. If it ever gets to that, because those are those secrets. And I mean the shits that happened, the shit that was happening to me at the table, and the conversation that I had at the table had nothing to do with the internals that was happening to me while at the table. It was regardless. It was something that was meant to play out. Regardless, it doesn't matter what your mathematics says about it. Regardless, it was meant to play out. It does not matter. I'll say it a second time. It does not matter. It does not matter. It was meant to play out. So there was a whole feast, but and tons of crawdads. I heard about them, like over 4 plus one claw. One claw was there. And one claw was someone I could verify his existence. So hearing about one claw was like, okay, well, one claw's in the party, you know. And plus, I did see the light shining. I'm not gonna lie, I could see the light shining from where I was at. I was standing. I was standing up eating at that point. I wasn't sitting down still. And I had the whole I had everyone else that was sitting down essentially, even though the whole ground was moving. Everyone else was essentially sitting down. um, Alrighty. And we'll just go right here and we keep this moving up. It wasn't the best, but I mean, we at least, you know, let's take the prayer off too. Wasn't the best, but we at least put in our hits. That essentially I think was it. We were packing up the boat ready to go. We wanted to go out for a little night ride. We had got green lights for the front and red lights for the back, something like that. Like they were being installed. I had done a little Google searching on the laws. Apparently, if you're past mile 48 or something like that, you don't have to have a life jacket on a paddleboard. Something like that, because we've been told like 3 times now. Well, actually, no. Sorry, no. 2 times now. The first time we were told we were good. We didn't have to have the life jacket on, I believe. We were good. We didn't have to have it on, I believe. Let me think. Or no, we were all in the boat. We were all in the boat at this point. At this point, we were all in the boat. We didn't have a paddleboard at this point. This was before even getting the paddle boards. But the same Ranger. I think it's a Ranger. Is that the only people down there? Ranger Roger? It may be Ranger. No, it's all good. It's all good. Because tons of respect, and we did learn a lot. But like I said, first time in the boat, you know, it's all good. We had it on board. But second time was did 3 times in total. But the second time was the female, which may have been the female on board the third time. Not 100% sure about that. You know, not 100% sure about that. I didn't even get a good look the first time. You know, came up walking through via the trail. We boated there, but she walked via trail. So we realized that spot that we were at, well, okay, and just pull up like a, I don't know, 10 feet above us, talking down about my mom, like just, you know, a few feet out in the water, in front of us, about how she needed the life vest on because it was too windy. Maybe I'll talk about what I did today. I'm hard-headed. I was ordering my paddleboard back to where my dad was anchored down. Like if it was a rock, and I was cracking my nut on it. Or a clam, whatever they do. You would have had to have been there. I'm just hard-headed because I've read of 48, and then last night was when I sort of got triggered. I said this. It is what it is. We'll get to it eventually when we get to it. I also gotta calm down. You know, it's no more laughing. You know, it's time to calm down. No more laughing when it's at 11 o'clock, I guess. Not I guess, it is what it is. You know, that's where I'm at. What is this? I wonder what that. We're gonna have to check that. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Got like a no. I wonder if it TPs us back. We wanted to go. Oh, so the second time was lady behind us, and third time was this last time, which I. I only brought that up because what I did this time, but that's because what I learned before we went. You know what I'm saying? But that's also what he was trying to explain to us. Though I didn't get what he was trying to explain to us because I was never there. You know, I was there. I needed to be closer, but it's like, you know, three. You know, the message wasn't spread efficiently. Even the first time, I mean, it is what it is. I need to, you know, just do a little bit more researching on where mile 43 is, because we did go on our night search, but that, you know, as the story continues, on our night search, we did try and we found 52, I think. But then I started getting confused. I'm extra triggered because when we found 52, we had already passed the first and second spot that we've seen, and that was past our spot, you know, and we didn't even like talk about mention, or I was in, you know, a different dimension, disconnected. I mean, I felt like I was getting trolled anyways beforehand. And then, like, when I'm asking, like, well, do we at least have some snacks or anything on board? We brought no phones, which is, it's SOS regardless. But, like, we got some snacks on board or something. And then if you think you can, and then I'm feeling like I'm getting trolled. Wait, what? And then I had that conversation over the dinner, at the dinner table, essentially. So I do kind of know, like, essentially, it's like some stuff. I'm more than pissed off, yo. I'm more than pissed off. Because if they think that's like what I need, but in reality it's actually trolling, but they don't get it's trolling, they just need something. If you get that? Dude, don't you do that over here. Oh, was that fun? Oh, believe me, it's reciprocated. Believe me, it is. I mean, do I need to show this back up? And then when I'm doing this to the mic and I'm out like that, and I'm saying it, like out like that, and if that does it, I'm not even looking at my HP. I praise it. I mean, hopefully, you know, it is what it is. Why would I need to look at my HP when I can see a glimpse of it? I mean, it's either gonna get deadly or it's gonna be soft. I don't even know where I was at this point. That's when, well, now my knees are starting to hurt. My hips have been hurting. You know, that's when it's a little bit more than what I was saying about my parents. It is what it is. It is what it is. Whoever made these choices, and I'm here. You know, I'm here. That's all I am. I'm just here. I'm here before these choices. But these choices were made before me. These choices are before me. But I'm here before these choices. But these choices were again before me. But I'm standing before me are these choices. If what I'm saying makes sense. And, um, yeah. So I mean, I felt like I was getting trolled too. But I mean, we saw the fishes. We did see some, and I did see two big. I have never caught a fish. I've never caught an actual fish. And the things that I'm saying, and not saying, the things that I'm hearing in my head, that these animals do this for us, for our enjoyment. These animals do this for us. If you're a good human being, and what I'm hearing in my head, that these animals love this, that this is they're also entertained if you do it, and it is a sacred thing. It's a sacred thing, but from what I'm hearing in my head, and I saw the tarantula, and all of that was predestined. I knew something was out there wandering. I didn't know exactly what. Just like before even sitting down on the hammock, I knew to turn around. I didn't know why. I knew to turn around though. And sometimes I ignore those things. But that time was one of those times where I didn't. And I won't say ignore those things, but again, it goes into really getting into fine tuning it to where you're not like it's not it's something it's you can't ignore it. You know, it's something where it's like it's real. So I'm moving on here with the story. The fishes were out, tons of them at late night. Um, Again, we somehow got past mile 52, and we're gonna have to go down there in the daytime, which we have been. But we were far where we were at a part where we hit, where it was like, okay, the fish, you can hear them just like flopping out of the water, just jumping out of the water, just like this may seem like the amateur spot you go. You know what I'm saying? Like you're bound to get a hit here, sort of thing. But yeah, I've never fished, so I've never experienced like that sort of like amount of, other than as a kid, all of those desert suckers, and I still didn't know if those were catfish or desert suckers still until, actually, um, Dirk, my brain. I mean, I, let me keep moving on. Let me keep moving on. Hey, that worked, didn't it? Wow, did that work? So was it not ever full screen then? Wait a second. Ooh, and now that was weird though. That's wanting to, does it show? No, I don't think so. It shows on my other monitor when I pop the other tab out. I mean, I guess I can full screen it for everyone. I don't need the loot tracker. Oh, but now I'm not seeing the map either. I can't do that. And my health, I'm dead. I'm dead right now. Where was the food? Yikes. All right. Um. Hey, it is what it is. I've never seen, and it's not like that. It's not is what it is. Like that's like 600K. That's a lot of gold. It's definitely not what it is. Okay, it's not that much. Why is it not that much now? Maybe it's because we had loot. Ay, ay, ay. I still don't need to be doing that. It's a big mistake, big mistake. Where's my fang? Let's see. How'd I lose the fang? Where'd that go? Uh, Alright, there's the fang. Did I do that? But I must have, right? So never seen fish. I've never even been fishing like that. I mean, we did go fishing once, but I mean, not to catch. We didn't catch. I mean, we did go to catch, but we didn't catch anything. But it is an interesting with potentially those animals. I mean, when it comes to ways to do something, who knows? Potentially. In terms of dumb ways to get caught up in a river as a fish. No. But I was just a little triggered. No snacks, no nothing, and it was dark, and all's on the right of the boat. When we're looking to the left of the boat, where the shore is, but I mean, when we're turning around, I didn't even want to look at the. It is what it is. By that time, we're in the middle of the river, and we're going back. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It is what it is. I mean, that's like I'm not gonna go down this buzz, fallout. This is what it is now. I don't know exactly what's going on, but like that's like getting crashed into while we're leaving after getting the boat set up. It got crashed into. How am I on a paddleboard and Meester on the electric motor behind me, but he crashes into me, and I didn't fall, but I mean still crashes into me, and then almost he's on my heel. But I mean, this is like a thing. Like when I'm walking to the grocery store behind him, I'm always catching his heel. Like holy smokes! Like stepping on that heel, stepping on it. But that's like I said, I'm paddleboarding in, like all gassed out, and he's right on my heels, like Dad. I'm just like getting mad. I'm Dad. Oh, you crashed into me. Oh, jeez. Look at this. Imagine that. Like, you're trying to get the gauntlet to try and get back to the boss if you can't get back to the boss. That would suck. I mean, all you gotta really do is just dodge everything, right? And it won't be too much, but... that's one of those, I guess you shouldn't be there, huh? Sort of things. I need to be quiet. Alright, be quiet. Or at least be a little bit more quiet. I mean, it is what it is. I gotta, it is what it is. My equilibrium was flipped around maybe like 17 times at the dinner table on different directions. Like, okay, yeah, I'm about to show you coincidental. If you think that's synesthesia, you don't know what synesthesia is. If you don't know what synesthesia is, because if you think it's synesthesia that I'm doing here, that's like if I'm changing my senses to do another thing for my senses that aren't doing something, then someone else that hasn't done that is getting the spin effect from that. So I hope you realize that, and so it's not synesthesia that I'm doing here. This is, like I said, I'm defending against your guys' knowledge. You guys haven't brought proof, but I'm at quite the plateau with no ledge, but also no foundation, no real reason to even call this ground. You know, like you just said, oh, ground is here, and let's set up home. And if anyone has a quarrel about it, we'll hear them. And yes, I'm just going to stay right here. I told you about the mechanics and even getting back to this point. Is this even the right word? World is supposed to be 420, wasn't it? Or 20. And maybe right now, not the best time to be doing this. Maybe. Holy smokes. Oh my goodness. I mean, the bile after all of that, and they've been hiding the bile like that. The bile, that's the second time I had bile. That's the second. I did have new dishes at China Go-Go, and then you're gonna blame the dishes. No, it was not. I mean, you called those new dishes, but I mean, 2/3 of the dishes were just, they were new in different forms, if that makes sense. I mean, the hot and sour soup, normally I have that with like wontons, but this time I just had plain hot and sour soup. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the new dish. Just the original one. I don't know how it is originally, but that was plain. I had the actual combination cheat code plate, if that makes sense. The combination a la carte. I'm 100% serious. I mean, you can see, hopefully, like, realize the deliriousness. Like, even the conversation just happened. I mean, it's 11. You know if you're sleeping, because there is not going to be me waking it up. So there's different shit. Because I remember as a little kid staring at the white noise. How am I supposed to be sleeping? And I was told while I'm having a sleepover that I didn't invite the sleepover to. You get that? Like, I'm having a sleeper. I'm having a friend sleeping over at the house, but it was the same friend that was creeping in the shed with Big Sis. If that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Max Dura. But Max Dura is cleared with me. You know, you see Max Dura, that's like 25k light years, like finally re-meeting. But that's Max Dura. You know, Max Dura is Max Dura-ing. We need to stop doing this, guy. Okay. I mean, I don't think we should be here. At least not now. There's like 5 of us. Come on. And that guy just left. Alright, that was 6 then. But now there is like 5 of us because, you know, now there's 5, but it was like 5. Dang, now I just made it feel like I was like off, but that was like +1, -1. Yikes. I forget what I was gonna say, but that's good. You know, it is what it is. You know, too many coincidental things for that not to line up. It is what it is. Max Dura. Maxed her out. When time hits its limit, time hit its limit, said this debt's due. It's like the Mandela effect, you know? People are like, what are you talking about, the Mandela effect? That's no possible. There's no possible, you know, coincidentally, you know, coincidentally. That's why the language we have here is still here today. You know, because you realize like a problem is like memory, right? But like if the memory is just eating in on itself, like you realize that just has to like eventually just come out. Like something's gonna have to straighten things. And that's not like that. No. When I'm at the dinner table having a conversation and everything just plays, that's taking a role from somebody but saying the show must go on. You get that? But somebody's role is just like, you know, like squeezing someone, juicing someone for all their worth, but that's already been done. But the reason why, you know, like things were set in stone to put things in motion, you know? You know? And I'm being told to quiet about this at time right now. And that, and not to be a joker, but this is real. This is as real as it's gonna get, ladies and gentlemen. At least right now. I am not joking around. You've already, if you have dementia that bad, well, bag changed because what I heard. You know, bad was supposed to be bad, but it changed into bag because of what I heard. So that's like what, you know, I'm saying, you know, it doesn't, the information doesn't necessarily delete, but like saying, oh, that's from a corrupted tree.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, now we're shining more light on stuff. That's like removing letters from the alphabet or removing banning words that you can't say because it's locking away history. It's locking away our possibilities, the actual potential of life. I mean, believe me, they have. Ooh, look. I typed "we" in chat with the exclamation mark too. Wow. Look, do you see that? I mean, it's still me. Look. Oops. That's still me. That's me, right? I said that in chat. I typed "we" with an exclamation mark. Crazy as well. I'll get back to that. Oh, right, that's right. They have enough funds to fly around. They have private stuff that they're like using. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I there's only X amount, they 100% have the data, the knowledge. I mean, my dad's freaking friend from when he was doing his thing in Ohio contacted me. And she was like the warden of a mental health facility. So that's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people definitely know about knowing about knowing about. Especially when it comes to people that are around. And especially, like, you know? Like, this ain't cool. This ain't cool. I need to get out of here. Like, why am I even... At least for right now, like, I need to go back to the sandstone crab. The sandstones... the gemstone crab. At least right now, I can't think. I can't process. Tomorrow, I wanted to at least say something. What is it? 2 hours going on? Say the tarantula and the skunks happened last night. Do I just talk about that and then get off? Because realistically, like, I shouldn't be talking about this because it's gonna get me loud, and like if I'm not gonna talk about this, like I want to be proud about this stuff, like the stuff that I'm finding here. I'm proud about it because you guys lied. You guys lied. You thought it would be an impossible task for just one guy. For just one man. You thought it would be an impossible task for one man to be able to stitch together again. You thought it'd be impossible. And just like incomplete, I'm very possible, and I'm very real. I'm very, 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 very real. I forgot what I was going to say because people are just ripping things up and throwing it away. They're greedy, they're stingy, they have things that they can help, and they're not going to do it. They'll take it right to the deathbed, like I said, if there is one. But that'll be theirs when they're in their own dimension. When they go in their head and they're in a dream so real to go cash something, and the cashier's looking at it like this, and it rips in half, and they realize, well, that was like a dream piece of fragmented whatever.
that they're like the in between still. And they wake up and they're all of a sudden in a different one, and then now they're getting checked in as like John Doe or John whoever. And I can imagine how many things have been. And then like when the word gets out, oh, just use this. This has been. And that's why I said like the things that happen over in March, you use it one time and it just seems to be like, okay, thanks for showing me this then. And then like I keep saying, okay, well we'll take it back to some place, we'll take it back to somewhere. But if we're there and we're removing things, but we're trying to have some sort of order, and don't you say this is like when. And don't you say because I've been in dreams doing it. And if I'm in dreams doing it and I'm in this life doing it, but I'm not actually there doing it. I know what I do and I know I do it legit. But I know what's been happening is very suspicious, it's spooky. Like seeing the tarantula, my mom spotted it, and it is what it is. I wasn't looking for a no tarantula. But I know the story's getting way off topic. It's getting like I need to just call it a bed and just call it a night and just it is what it is. No one, I'm over here. I'm way too stressed out, and I'm like I said, I've already said it, and this is gonna be another time I'll say it. I blew up on my parents, and it's not a blow up like you think it's a blow up. I'm telling them like not to be like ragging on you, but I'm pointing out the obviouses. But if they're in such a rush, like a minecart, and they're being pushed down, and you're like this is your roller coaster, like a virtual Magic Kingdom ride, you know, like you're in a Minecraft, from point A to point B, or a virtual Magic Kingdom ride where you just once you're in, you're in. You know exactly what you're in. You want to play reverse psychology, right? Right? What would it be? What would it be? You must be wanting to play reverse psychology. Just you want to use the language as it is. Stay on your nothingness point until you can grasp for straws. You can grasp for something. Because you get that your nothingness point has done absolutely nothing. Except help me. Obviously. So I mean, it wasn't much. It was just it was a tarantula. A big one. I mean, it was a big one. It was a big one. And like I said, there was a few false steps. Like when you're trying to go to sleep in a dream and you just all of a sudden hit something and wake up, you know what I'm saying? But and I said it's funny that like a false step, like being at the Winchester house, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And I like those steps. I didn't hate them, but they did feel a lot easier. I won't lie. Felt a lot easier. Felt like I could easily go up and down them. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't. You know, I respected them, but I did feel like they were close. But it also felt like, okay, it's almost like a slide, but a gentle one. But that's like kind of like and before realizing this, like I'm realizing the thing that I realized earlier today. Being at the beach is kind of like being like on a slide. Like being at a beach, like at least the river, you can't like walk around on that stuff. Like you're not taking footsteps after footstep after footstep because there's sometimes like big rocks and boulders and they slide underneath your feet. So at least me, I'm like almost like taking my foot and like kind of dragging it above. And now I don't want to like, take you into like your movement, but a warning, sorry before the warning. I don't want to take you into your movement, but at least me, it feels like I'm dragging my foot above the beach because it's a rocky surface, a very extremely rocky surface. It's not like a beach, like a sandy one, like to the ocean. This is a river. It's not a grassy one. It's a desert. Where the water is nice and chilly. It's actually it's a cold river right in the middle of like 15-degree desert or however hot it gets down there. And it's cold water. Like cold water. I think that's the main reason why they want life jackets, because it's a cold current. At least that's what Google mainly said as well. It's like the Black Canyon or something like that. Something like that. I mean, some of this knowledge might go right over people's heads. I'm sorry, but I mean, if you've been wondering, if you've been asking questions, but it's weird. I was talking about Hopper, and then I watched the 2005 video, and I'm like, dang, some of those clips actually look like the Hopper, like, and what happened there. Like, just the way they were damming things up in the video that I watched, I was like, dang. Now, they could have done that, as like a design. I don't know when the video was released. I did try and remember that, but I couldn't put two and two together. I did say the one thing, the silly thing I had said. It's silly. Wow. Out. Snap. Clap. Man like lights. A lot of space. Comfortable life. but one where you obviously see it's still not because of what people can do here. It's still the possibilities of this life here, and I'm over here doing this, and entertaining Max Dura with it. Max Dura, from what I can see, Max Dura is going to do this every single time. So if Max Dura is with us, then Max Dura is with us. But if Max Dura is off wandering, then Max Dura is off wandering. But Max Dura is still with us. Like I said, they got private jets, private things that you can just easily fly on. And I wonder even how long it takes, like a straight on path with one of those. Can you even do that? They just cut right through. I bet there are like shortcuts you can technically take. Like, well, if we stay on this commercial airway, and then like right here is like one of those deserts. Like a desert trail. It's not exactly paved with most commercial, like how most commercial paveways are, pavements are, commercial things. But this is just an old trail that, it's safe. I started thinking about satellites, but also how many planes we got going on. Just as like, just an air of potential. At the potential. So we saw the tarantula, right? And it circled it did two swings around the camp, and then went off in the darkness of the night. And that right about then is when we took it inside too. So it was over near the entrance of the tent. The spot that we picked out wasn't like the spot that we were out with Monsoon. If you know anything about the story, that when we went monsooning last weekend, this spot was completely flooded. This spot had so much flooding, there was a moat going around the fireplace. Like one more good rain. It wasn't raining either when we were checking out like the flooding. One more good rain would have the moat like collapsing in and have like a League of Legends. You'd get your first spawn of Summoner's Rift right there through the through the campsite. So that's where we were. But it has like a little tree, like a mangrove, whatever, that you can kind of set a tent up. It's on the hill as well. I used it as a bathroom. I mean, not to ruin the spot. I was closest to the back. We like I said, we brought the toilet. I was on the hill closest to where I used the bathroom there in that spot. So I mean, I would have known if anything, was no bueno. Plus, it was washed out by the rain. So, I mean, and like I'm thinking to myself too, like I guess you could put like stuff back here. It's desert camping. If I was in a different location, you're gonna put it wherever. That's also like if the terrain underneath is feasible too, I suppose. One of the first things I felt when I was stepping into the tent, it felt like a whole like a bottle or PVC pipe or something was just like sticking up into the tent. I'm like, what kind of construction's going on back here? Like, I didn't even know what was underneath the tent, but like I had to be putting my blow up with my foot sleeping bag. It's not a sleeping bag, but air mattress on it. So I was watching where I was at least putting my foot pedal because I had to be a foot pedal. Can I not get tired directly at 12 a.m.? It's a long story. We saw a tarantula and skunks. So the spot's not the best, but I mean, it's in a place where it's like a tree shaded mangrove area with a canyon to the back of it, but it's a steep canyon hill to the back of it. And I'm on that. Um, so we, but she sees it. We have the light basically in front of the where the tent door is, because it was only big enough for our tent, and where the tent door is kind of like in the entrance, so it's kind of cool, like a little hop at home, I guess. I don't know. That's what it kind of felt like, when it's like, the door is kind of like already there, but like it's the tree door, and the tent like just kind of pops in that door. I was hitting my head, like my hat, on a couple of the branches, but that's just because I kept on unconsciously like hitting the same sort of height, because it's like sleeping in a bed. Like when I'm 6'5" and these beds aren't even close to that. I've lived on a full my whole life. I'm used to crunching up, or just sleeping with my feet hanging off. You know what I'm saying? I cleaned my sheet. I wanted to put my sheet on, but I have three VIP bags back there, and one of them has my sheet in, the newest one that I just did like just now on Friday, and I searched through them maybe like 9 times. Like I gave 3 of them a good shot each. There's 3 of them, but I gave all 3 of them 3 shots each, like rotated them. I need to refold and redo everything in those bags. I didn't want to empty them out and like have a big old pile of laundry in it, because I knew I was like, I'm gonna be tired, but I at least want to, I'm gonna have stuff to say, especially like what went on. And then I'm like thinking, but that was like before. But I was pre-planning, because I didn't know if we were gonna stay 1 day, 2 days, what was it gonna be. I was more. Oh my god. I mean, I did not have much dinner. I mean, in terms of, I was the only one that ate China Go-Go, and I bought enough for 3-4 people to eat, easily. That's all part of what happened there at the table. That's all part of what happened there at the table. It is what it is. I mean, it reminds me of my 9th grade English teacher. But really 10th grade. It was 10th grade English teacher. But it was the 9th grade because I failed it. Although failing 9th grade English and 9th grade English was also really weird and coincidental. I'm not going to go there. It is what it is. It is what it is. I didn't get a fair shot. I didn't get a fair chance. I didn't get a fair shot. I didn't get a fair chance. And when I'm talking about the history and the culture here being deleted and removed, and people aren't doing anything about it, because it's not a big priority, because people are doing a multiple combustion, they're doing a multiple bust, they're doing a multiple throwaway stuff. They're doing if this is the world you see and this is what you like, we know we can see something better than this. That's what that is. And that's wrong. That's a bad impression. That's a false impression of life. You've been lied to. You've been lied to. The impression that you have now about this life now is pulling the wool over your eyes. You need to see through that. You need to break it. You must use the language that we still have and keep. That's the only thing. That's the only bridge that I see That's the only bridge that I really truly see, is the language that we still use and keep, and the language and the symbols and the writing and the how and the to do that we know because of how we found out. If you break a twig, one of the first symbols you see is A. If you break a twig, but you break it just right and you have that middle piece, that's one of the first things you can see in life. Now I'm talking about Max Dura. Oh, Max Dura. That is one of the first things you can see in life. I mean, but again, that's after seeing this stuff. But I mean, when you start tinkering around stuff, like, all right, how did we start picking up this stuff? How did we start thinking about, these symbols, these letters? Where could we have possibly have? But that's the only gap that I could see that will make you decide that, okay, well, maybe, simulation aside, maybe there is something about this life that we did discover, and we're just putting it down because we realize once you find out, oh, you're like now ruining someone else's surprise. So, do it as thoughtful as you would want to surprise someone. I do find it interesting, heavily, especially the phonetics. If you look at it and you give it a visual, you know what I'm saying? If we just go A through Z and then you have the combinations, it becomes like a thing. It actually becomes like a thing. And then we get into like the okay. Now when it's too hot to handle and you need to put stuff down, um yeah. Because if wanahana lana and a tualana manakanahanad at the dinner table, and he's still doing his own thing in English and not communicating, then we all know that that means you won't ever upgrade, or it's gonna take a long dang time. And you better do the same things that I did right now before you. The same 28-year-old the same 28-year-old man that just spawned out of this existence, that was laid before, way before, it was planned way before I ever even was born. I'm 28 years old. I'm October 7th, 1997. October 7th, 1997. So you better do the same things I did. Because that's going straight and facing death and seeing it. Still here. It's like that's seeing the before and the after, and still the same fight. And like the fight, I'm not... But what I mean by the before was never even being a thought, was never being nothing. I was nothing. And especially when you've had time, when you knew what you knew in your mind, and you know with what you have and you know. So if you were thinking, well, okay, we know and we have like a time date, like Lost, like the timer keeps counting down, and we know like all of these important dates, and that's all we need to know. That's all we wrote down. That's all we remembered, and the rest we were just fucking around. The rest we just screwed off time. The rest we didn't we thought, okay, we got a lot of time to practice. We got a lot of time to learn. I'm that hungry. I was forced to be that hungry here. And I mean, I'm faced with a buffet in the dream where I'm seeing the buffets overfilled, like fresh plates steaming, and I go in for a bite and it turns into debris, to discard pile, to bones when it was crab legs. And now it's fish bones, so a completely different species. I want you to be honest to everyone here on what happened, including me. I mean, I can see the remnants of war, the past ones, what it would seem. And I'm told quiet time, especially 12:12 a.m. And again, that's not a joke, especially as it's getting later and later. But I mean, it's history. But when it's right before me, and what I'm told is already been taken away. I mean, that's been a long time. And I'm still enjoying and still fighting and still appreciating the same things, but when it's already taken away, like I'm still fighting for the same things. Like I'm ignoring the facts just to prove the points, because the facts don't make sense to the actual reality of everything. It doesn't make sense. The weight of it all. The extra confidence, being so close, knowing dates, knowing that you just had to remember these things. One of the most interesting things, like when I'm snowballing my strength, is being able to conjure that out of nothing. And that makes me hungry. It should make you hungry if you're fighting for the same things. I mean, we're gonna get to the bottom of something here because I already know something happened on the whole other side of the gender, and I'm gonna just have to go with word of mouth there because, and unless I get a real good form of proof, I'm only gonna be able to go with what I can go with, honestly. I know being able to loop up the equilibrium and flip that out is a real good start. I've done way too much. I can get up whenever I want. Oh, I just want you. I play my own game, okay? Because there's nothing else to do. And I know it's just a figment of reality of an imagination to think that once this simulation is toast and done, and if you didn't already have one running up on the background, you weren't perpetual enough. I mean, you start to realize if this plan has been done like this before, then there is no other plan, because this was the backup simulation. And when I'm screaming at the top of my lungs in my mind, and after I've wasted all my time, I've wasted it. Because what you guys saw, what I made next after this, you guys thought, okay, now we're playing a gambling game. And I had to go fucking undo the hilt thrown into the center of it. Like, this is to kingdom come and to kingdom we go. But that was after like the first sacrifice and the second sacrifice. And that was when everyone said, let's sacrifice. So that was like when I was up on the spaceship, just me and like my mind. Super unconscious. Just doing stuff. Told, alright, it's time to press the red button. I mean, the Earth, we said it would be a joke. Rigging it up like it's on a bed of TNT. We have one button and we know like we won't ever have the conscious force to have everybody. And I was the only one. You know this is a joke. It's a dumb joke. Like, even if it is safe and no one's going to press the button. Even to think of rigging it up, that's a disaster waiting to happen. And lo and behold, they're on the spaceship. Let's rig the Earth up like an explosive. And if Eddie Alien is watching,
I don't know if that's the real story, but it makes a lot of sense. Just like my purple light turning off. I probably shouldn't be using these, but I really have a deep urge to, you know what I'm saying? Just get in there and question it. This one's clean. This one's like, I mean, I might as well just at least. No, I don't want to. I don't need to give examples. Let me shush. I don't need to give examples. Other than the examples that I give, obviously. Which I don't need to necessarily give those, but it does give a lot of help. Alright. Sorry if you said anything in chat. You maybe haven't, but let me look just in case. You know, I haven't been. I don't even have it up. Hey chat, sorry chat. Hey chat. Can I pop this out? Here we go. The tarantula. My mom spotted it first. It walked around towards the tent entrance, the door. I sort of forgot about all the things I was talking about. Started to get hot, topic-wise. It started to go towards the entrance door around the back, and then we lost it. And then all of a sudden we saw it, like, over to the right of me now, it had traversed all the way around the trunk of the tree. Now, like walking the back side of the table. I need to paint, I guess. This is where paint comes in handy. Meh. I mean, it's not good. It's not going to be good. It'll be like a top-down view, maybe. Top-down view. Alright. Okay. Oh, my stomach's hurting already. Jeez. That was, now my stomach is really crunching. Jeez, it's one of those energy things. This is the final table. This was the chow down table. You know what I'm saying? That's chow down. Hammock was over here. Essentially. Essentially. There's the hammock. Water down here. Big gully. Where the tide was sort of washing in. A little bit. Not much. But a big gully. One paddleboard, 2 paddle boards, and then the boat pull up. It's the Excursion 5. Yeah, this is a. It was a fireplace, but now the rocks. Uh, th- this is before renovation, but we're gonna need this. You know that's what I'm doing right now. I'm renovating. Hold on, actually though. Right. Perfect. Okay. A biggin. That's where he was going first. When we first, my mom. Hold on. This is me. I was sitting in that chair. Mm. All right. All right. So I was sitting in this chair right here. We'll call this chair 3. Chair 2 was my padre. And chair 1 was my mother. Wait a second. Did we just change realms? I know I put 1 there and that's 2 there, but they kind of look both like 1s, huh? Alright. Alright, so this is the table. I mean, you don't have to copy, the drawing if you weren't there personally, but this is my drawing, you know what I'm saying? All right, heckling in the mind aside, these are the chairs. All right, so my mom was here and she looked over here and saw the tarantula. The lantern is another, lantern, a lantern for L. The tree branch up here, essentially. I mean, if there was a hook, and casting the light outwardly, above everything. So she turns her head this way towards the spider. Boom. And it's there, like literally here. This is the door, this is the gate. Now this is the zipper to the tent. You know what I'm saying? Like the tent isn't like that, but like the entrance is more so like you get it, right? But she sees this and it starts moving this way, like it's facing us like that. Like regardless of its face, of its directional, orientation, it looked like it was facing. It didn't matter if it was. It didn't matter. I mean, that thing looked like it could run like a crocodile or a rat. That thing like looked like the thing that takes out Git. I need to go to the bathroom. But honestly, I got 8%. I need to hold it. I'm gonna tell the story, but I do need to. Alright, so more to this is shrubage, greenage, all right here. Like greenage all right here. This is all greenage. Greenage. It breaks off. This is all water. Like all this is water line. It sort of breaks up into here, and there's like another little like area here. That's like another little shrubby tree, and the water is grown out. It's given more greenage. I'm gonna need this for the skunks as well. You know, I just made you know what disappear, and actually, you know, enough time to click there and. Alright, I'll be back.
That was liquid lava and death water. Alright, what about my drawing here? Not to be gross, but geez, like talking about saving it up. That's what it turns into right now, huh? Alright. Now, where are we? This drawing. Alright, so um, the the tree is it's it's a different one where it's like I don't know, like three main. I mean, I guess like mainies. How would that work out? Yeah. Not to get anyone confused. On drawing wise. This is just their overgrowth, I suppose. I wanted to, because it's a lot. Like it's a bunch of shrubs, like dead, grayish, overgrown, like stuff back here, and up here, as you're going back, is a sloping down canyon, and the canyon might, I don't know. Like it's gonna go way off the screen. In this perspective, it will. But as the slope, realistically, zooming into this part, we could do a little bit of adjustment on our map. That's how maps work. Imagine the first person inventing a map and trying to explain this. Like, this is point A and that's point B. You see it, but does it feel like it's this close visually? No. But that's why it's a map. We can just, adjust things accordingly. Alright, so this area back here, it does go up pretty steep. There is a little room to get behind the table, the shade, it's overcast nicely. When this, we didn't even have the canopy up once, so it's okay. And also we also have again the more tree stuff. Realistically, I needed to have my it's okay. We're doing T for trash. Alright. So, hey, Mr. Spider. It was a big old tarantula. Alright, so Mom spots him. Here he is. Boom.
Mom sitting here in chair number 1. It's awesome. Boom. The light overhead. We should have done that a little bit different, I guess, you know. Although we did make an L. It's not exactly a yellow light. It is actually green. It's like, well, I mean, it might have a little bit of yellow in it. Actually, going down like this side, like this. It needs like a darker green or just a cap like a green. I mean, that's a better lantern, I suppose. And we'll just, even though we, you know, it is what it is, it's our lantern. Let's not get sidetracked on, I don't like that. That's our lantern. It was casting the light, like I said, like here. All over here. With how with how close the fire is, realistically, if I copy, let's try this again. It's fine. Alright, let's not, careful. We need to just cut, right? Cut. And then, so the fire was really down here. Pretty much, I'd say down there. Yeah. Well. Nah. So that's just the map. That's how the map is working, because realistically, I need to be a little bit more diagonal of a drawing, and I have the diagonalness going this way currently. So that's like an X, but they just need to go parallel, realistically, and then it would work out a lot better. So if I had the campsite and just flipped it like that, except the table, but also the positionings, just need. It's the scale. The fire, and this needs to be a little bit more diagonal instead of like just up and down as well, like vertical. That because how the water, when the water was running, this is a good example. When the water was running, there is a right below where the P is. This is potentially where this guy lives, the tarantula. Potentially. Over here, oops. Over here in the back, is like a little ravine. We'll put the R here. This is our ravine. Oops, that's an E. It's a ravine. Is ravine spelled with an I? Ravine. Okay, Ravine. Hey, my spelling when that that's like taking it back 6-7 years ago on what happened. Enjoy the life that you did. I still hear you. I mean, English isn't the language that I can't speak. English is the main language that I came speaking, but some of the language that I want to learn how to speak, I can't speak because of what's going on currently. So thank you. I'm American full and through. Full through and through. Like, under what you do and over, like, you abusing, like, I've been telling you. Alright, so the ravine's over here. boom. And it's not like, but hey, like after the dinner talk, and then it is what it is. I know information just it gets locked up. It is what it is. The dinner talk, that was just me having a dinner talk. That's a wild dinner talk. I mean, it wasn't just me. My grandpa was there, but he wasn't the one that triggered the conversation. I can guarantee you that. It was a lot more. A lot more. You got to be observant. You have to have the cues, and once the cues are made, you have to do the right thing with the cues, because this isn't. I'm not about to mess with someone's equilibrium. They're not about to mess with mine unless we're in the same. We're on the same sort of ship, and we're both going the same destination. All right. So, when the water's pouring out of this thing, it was hitting this fire like boom, both sides. Running down. So realistically, it needed to hit like this, That's all. That's a main difference. But then again, the fire could be like going just a little bit more up now that I'm like hitting the ravine here. Like maybe it was good distance. But the fire just needed to be like, right here maybe. Right there. Just to give an idea on where. We'll keep the location since we have a better visual now. Because we're going to need this wet area as well. And I don't know how to, well, I guess we just do it with a different brush, huh? This area is just wet over here. Like it's not exactly, it's just wet from the like this, excess tide through the day. Now this part now needs to be scaled down just a bit as well, but you're getting more of the visual. You're getting more visual. Like I said, it just needs to be scaled down because it is a little bit smaller. This does stretch out here, like I'm explaining it, but it actually more so cuts in just a little bit harder than how I drew it. It's maybe cutting in like this, instead of like this might be the canyon wall, because it's a canyon and it's a little cove. But actually no, it's actually that big. No, I think that's that's accurate. It's maybe just but it's actually pretty big. It's a decent sized cove. I ain't gonna say that's like off 100%. Now you see what de-education does in art, right? Okay, let's keep going on. It is what it is. All right, let's keep going on. This art, it is what it is. Let's keep going. All right, we got the ravine. All right, let's track the spider. Come here, buddy. Select him like this. Right? This is a cooler, by the way. I made that. That's a cooler. This is a cooler. There's some more stuff, like next to the cooler. More stuff here. Here. Like a rock somewhere behind here. We had another little handbag, our green handbag, on top of the rock sitting. Green handbag on the rock sitting. So and yeah, next to the ravine. So we're starting to get the scale in again, even though the scale seemed off. Just had to go with the punches thrown. This is the bag. The bag was, right about that. The handle, it did have a little. Well, the brown clip also sort of blends in with the bag, to make it like more detailed. But it had a little brown clip on it, or it has to keep the two straps, the two straps together. So it's hard, even though it's got two straps, the brown clip was sort of keeping the two straps together. It's a harder thing to draw. but you got the basics then. Let's click this. Get our Tempo OS back on. All right, so with the spider here, he's been caught. We also have. What did we do? Did we have a secondary flashlight? This is after we took the boat out. Remember? After we took the boat out, I took my paddleboard, and we took the excursion. After we took the boat out, we spot the tarantula here. And my dad gets up. My mom's like, it's a tarantula. But nothing big, you know. But he starts moving. So, you know, moving behind this tree. We can't, you can't draw the perspective like that because he covers up the tree. But, imagine he's moving between the tree and the tent and going behind it. And he's getting into the Grovey area. The Grovey area is where he's at. And the light isn't exactly penetrating like the tree, like the light. Again, the tree's here, and right behind the tree would be the darkest because the light is in front of the tree, and the tent, even though so the tent face, like the door entrance is lit up, even though so the back of the tree is not. So he's in the darkness right now, complete darkness. My dad did track him. He got up out of his chair and tracked him once he started to get around here, like out of my mom's line of sight. Line of sight's a little bit skewed here, because this is kind of hilly. Like, even though these chairs are looking flat, it's more the direction of the hill is going. Because again, it's a canyon, right? So the direction here is going here. The hammock, the hammock is set up. I think it's got a little bit of how does it have? I don't know if it's up or down or whatever it is. I think it's down, a little bit down. But it's on a hill. But the hill is curving downwards into this little ravine. And this is sloping downwards too into this ravine. So this whole hill here is sort of curving, even though it looks like it's flat and perfect. It's in a canyon, so it's curving down. And our little guy here is getting stuck, huh? He's getting stuck, but we're gonna fix him, and it's okay. He just left he's in the darkness. He left his shadow of that behind. All right, forget about that. All right. So this guy's moving. This guy's moving in the darkness, and we sort of lost him. We thought he's It is what it is. It was a big old tarantula. Right about here is when he pops up again, and my mom spots him again. I think I was looking for him, maybe, but nah, not really. He makes it about here, and he's on the move. Like, I thought he was going to get a drink of water, but he was just in this damp area. And visually, I'm thinking he's in the water, but he's just in the damp area. Like that's dark. But I don't know if spiders, I don't know what they like. I thought it was going to go straight up into the water, start, just drinking out like the hamster. Sort of thing. I don't know what they do. They normally get like a bowl, don't they? Like a pond. I know they're not like a reptile too, but I also don't know. All right, so he was down here, right? And then he starts beelining it. He starts gunning it to me. He starts gunning it. I swear. I grabbed my chair and everything. Like, at this point, the chair is gone. The chair is removed. The chair is doing what the tarantula did. It's getting up and going. So me in the chair, like, I'm moving here. I'm moving towards the fire. And as a matter of fact, that's actually what I did. I did one of these maneuvers.
I sat here for the rest of the night until we headed into the tent. But I was no longer. Um, no, actually, matter of fact, sorry. Um, wait a second. Alright, if that's that, and that's that, then I just need to do one more rotation, right? No. I mean, I wish, right? Doesn't that break my brain? Oh, God. Yeah, I've never done this. Just imagine people sitting there just swapping it. Alien Tintul on that Menacanas. Man, look at that size. How is that? Would you ever put that on for size? And since it's not raining, look what I can do here. You know, to just fix that and put this chair here. But this is after the, I'm pre-building the story. Well, because realistically, this chair can be like this if it wants to, right? That's just another scale thing. Well, what underneath the chair is the nightlife. The the critters. I just haven't exactly given full detail yet. All right. So okay, Tarantula's here. Sorry, I'm talking to myself just a little bit. Tarantula's here. He's gotten a little bit of wetness on him. He's doing good. He's over here by the rocks. And I didn't really make good. I'll color code him maybe, or I'll give it a little path. Yeah, he's made it to here in his journey. He's made it to the fire. And I was surprised, like, cause he beelined it. You saw where I was. I was in this path, and he beelined it from here to here. Like he was doing his circles. I don't even know. That was the first time seeing a tarantula. Oh my goodness! And so he was at the fire. And at the fire, there's some big boulders. I mean, it's a good little fire pit. Like, I mean, I don't know what to do to make boulders, but dude was. I mean that's time to. Jeez, I color code this. He took the path like this. All right. I mean, it didn't have to be that complicated, right? It doesn't have to. That's what happens when he all right. So he takes the path in, but when we were cooking the corn, like the remnants of the corn. You got the corn and the carne asada. The corn and carne asada. And so he took the path that I just showed.
And while cooking the corn, I had to. We forgot the grill grate. I think I told this. Yeah, I did forget the. We did forget the grill grate. I forgot the grill grate. Remember the table. Forgot the grill grate. So we had to use rocks. We soaked the corn. We had a little jug, you know. The jug of water was over here, by the. Actually, realistically, we didn't have the canopy up just yet. We didn't have the canopy up just yet. Realistically, we had this laid down like a tanning bed or whatever. Like it's a full-on stretch out thing. It's like a little simple, like when you take to the beach or something. But you don't want to like lay in the sand. I guess it's like for when you have ants crawling all over the ground and you're in the desert. All right, anyways. I mean, sand fleas too, huh? No. All right, so this, I had the rocks that I was putting in like nice and flat, like just like rocks, like skipper rocks, but nice ones, like, you know, so it wouldn't be laying in the dirt, the corn, after soaking in the water and everything like that. Because then we didn't have a grill grate. Mainly, mainly is a grill, you know, no grill grate. But you know, put some rocks down. You know, be thoughtful, and you know, the fire's right there, but it was enough room. Like since we're using the new charcoals, it's not like, you know, they're different. So I can, you know, they're different. So I had rocks there, and the tarantula uses the rocks I put down there, and like literally walked on every single new rock that I placed. And got out of there like the wildest jungle gym of a maze. And I was talking about all the jungle gyms I've been making these animals like you know, like go through, like the jungle gyms. And even in the dreams I was talking about the scavengers, the birds, and what they were doing, and like collecting, like what they were collecting, like the bones, like jeez. All right. So dude goes this way. Dude goes this way, and hold on, let me put him back here, cause I, you know, not to. Wait, did we just duplicate the fire? Well, maybe he needs like a crown. I feel like he needs a crown after that. Jeez. You know what I'm saying? So now- you know what I'm saying? Like he just triumphantly. No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it as is. Triumphantly. All right. So right about here. Right about here. And here. Are nice two big boulders. Come on. Nice two big boulders. I mean, you know, it is what it is. And for eyesight purposes. So dude slips in between. After going through the purple, you know, agility course, dude slips in. I need to OS tempo this. Dude slips in between the two rocks. I didn't know if he went left and up or right and towards us again. After a little bit though, he's right and towards us. He was over here to the right of my dad. Like basically, you know, he probably passed his chair potentially. Basically where he started off again. Like he did a lap. And he did a freaking lap. I mean, that was like one solid lap.
He didn't. After this, he went and started off his next second lap, and that's when we basically. Did I say he did multiple laps? I forget what I said, but that was basically when he completed the. Of course, he was done. But he was gone. He was after all that he was done. Did I say two? I forget. I'm already getting in the back of the head. How many did I say? It was a long. Oh, fudge! It was a long story, and when I'm doing all this stuff and being pushed out to, I'm a real human being with I'm all. And they got Pinocchio. And I don't know who's entertaining this. Well, other than one gender, but that's a whole different conversation. Because what are they gonna know? Like, what are they gonna do? But the one gender, like, well, trigger warning, trigger warning. This might get some. If you're a male and you feel like maybe what you see and what you feel isn't what, should be there, you can thank your family for that. You got the option as a male to see what you got and use what you got with what you're given. But if you want to go playing deep down in that recession of a spawn point, well, go digging in your sandbag all you want. Go digging in what you were before you are what you are. Alright, so Duke got his achievement. Duke got his crown. He was on his number one, first place pedestal. Oops. One. What do we do for that? I mean, it's just like a one. Do the trophy. Want to pick one of these? Hold on, wait. Oh, you don't normally see these. What is this, huh? Meow. Meow. No. Alright. To save time. Is that bad? Whoa, I degraded it. Hold on. Alright. So we got Pepe. Alright. We had a few things up with our dude. Now I do want to. One had an interesting tale. I don't know if the female versus male skunks, like, what do they look nearly identical? Typically 10% larger and heavier than female.
close physical examination, huh? Wow. The tails look too different. Like those were two different tails. Like I thought it was like the birds sometimes. Like, you know, one has a pretty tail and the other ones don't. Like the other one looked like that tail was like a dog, like it got maintained like a, I don't know, like a Shih Tzu, um, a, a Yorkie. A Yorkie. Yeah, it kind of had like that, you know. I don't know, like, comparing the lengths of it. Like, kind of looked like Pepe's, like, full on, like, you know, wada bing, wada boom tail. Dude's over here like this, though. With the corn cob out his mouth. I mean, honestly, he's got like. Ah, jeez. Alright, so. We had already made it into bed. Just moved into here. Why am I doing this? Is that the second color? Okay, one. Okay, let's see. Oh, where'd that go? I think I shrunk it. Did that again. There we go. Alrighty. Alright, so it's in the tent now. The light's in the tent. Yeah, I did just kind of. It is what it is. Oh. Yeah, I know that's not. Yeah, I know on a technicality level. But on a real. Why I'm clicking. On a real technical level, the tent's more like this, you know. Well, it's not it, you know. You get that, right? And it's hanging like there. I mean, well, it is what it is. That's like in the dream. You're not gonna walaikum walami, and then shadaikum halaikum salami. Walla Dalan. You guys are fools, honestly. You guys are fools. You guys are fools. In the dreams, yeah, and that was the same. That was the same line of dreams that I had where when I'm getting strapped with the C4, I'm hearing the beeps, and I'm running down the street, running from it, but it's strapped to me. And that's the same dream. But you guys were doing and trolling me, strapping me with the bomb. Like I said about the Earth. Oh yeah, we're all gonna be in agreement except a few people about this. It doesn't sound like the best idea to them, strapping the bomb against an alien, even though they seem like the aliens. But we're gonna work real hard on this Earth and strap the bomb on the Earth like it's ready for a bomb, just in case there are aliens. And you know, everyone's in agreement. If there, you know, just in case there's a, you know, any sort of, you know. Even though they seem like aliens, but they seem also human to us. But you know, we haven't had enough experience. They say they say we're in a mental delusion, but we don't see like as clear as they're seeing somehow. I mean, what else would you have done? It had to have been what you did. I mean, what else would cause that much panic? I was like putting the ultimatum right to the Earth's core and heart at the same time. You're foolish. Hey, if you want to Watnalan into Chulatmanana, get out of here and get to the next simulation. Because you weren't meant for this one in the first place then. You weren't meant for this one. Because you realized how easy it was to obtain your information. Like a blink of an eye. You don't have those achievements, you're right. I get it. But you get I'm here, right? with a bunch of emptiness. But a list of achievements. And they were all obtained here. Sorry, let's get back to the drawing. That corn's drawn. It's drawn on me, a little bit. It would get good if you start doing a good couple of. Those aren't the best. As soon as you start, I mean that's what I wanted to do, but I mean look at the lines, look at the placements. All right. I mean, in my mind, that's what I would like to do, but what is it? Just another color of yellow? Just a different shade? I mean, it actually kind of does give it, like, something. Just, like, almost like a little bit more corn feel. Let me see this color. And not so, it's almost there, maybe. There's almost like a little bit of a whiter white too. This is the same color, isn't it? Alright, well, it doesn't matter. Hey, too much time. We're in the tent. This is after my blow up. I'm sleeping this way. I'm trying to think where does the sun rise and set? Lake-wise. It rises in the north and south in the sets. The east and the west. It rises in the east and sets in the. It rises in the west and sets in the east. What normally states? What states normally get bright? So like when you're going into time zones and things like that, like Hawaii, Alaska, those would generally be first or last. Last. Oh, congrats. See the river here. Willow Beach. All right, that's northeast, southwest. So like south, I'm sleeping, my head's going south, east, and I'm sleeping southeast to northwest, basically. Southeast to northwest. My head's south. west, north, east, and I'm diagonal with it. You see this? So that's I'm on this side. Mom and dad are on the other side. You know, the split, the mattresses, they're on the good one. I'm on the one that I had to pump up with my foot. That was one of the things. I'm talking about manual labor. And then it was like about like I pumped this thing up. It's straight manual labor. And telling me how to pump it up when I pumped it up before. um, but it turned out, after blowing up and everything, the mattress, I forgot to plug back up the hole. So like 15 minutes, really, when the skunks were out eating the trash, which we're trying to get to, the mattress was flat already. So it needed to. The mattress was flat already. So it needed to. Oops. That's bad. So it needed to be filled back up after we got back inside. So I'm just laying down, right? After the blow up, and I'm just talking, to my mom. There's conversation. Conversation. Don't remember exactly what was said, but just stuff to laugh and talk about the tarantula, things like that. The day, what happened, wind down. Dad's sort of already sleeping. But that is what it is. My mom hears something. Again, this is the tent with no cover. So it's straight, straight net. And on top of it, right in the entrance, I found a little hole. A little hole that you could stick your finger right in. And it wasn't good. It's about like right here at the top. And I see we just logged out. So honestly, the tent, we need a new tent because I found it. And my mom, before even getting to this part down here, when she eventually got into the tent, she said she found a cockroach on the ground that she had to step on with her sandal. Oops. I'm not the best drawer. So she had to step on that. Pixels are funny. Honestly, pixels are funny. All right, so and that also goes into another line of, but there's no time to get into that. She hears something, and I'm thinking, okay, it's a squirrel. Alvin's back at it again. And we're joking of like I'm over here giggling. Like at this point, like I'm giggling to the point where it's no longer ZZZ. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like the full on like we're starting to add the blue to the flame of the light. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking, even if there is,
Like this guy is gonna think that the last wild dodo is still around. I mean, he's honestly gonna think to himself. That's what I was thinking. I was making so much noise. I was making so much noise. How do I draw this? Come on. This is funny, but it's not funny because you guys know exactly what. Shut the. Into in the Mitawapnakanas. Man, do you even know what that is, dude? You're trying to make like a fire extinguisher, but you're like you're TikToking with it. Man, you flick it. Man, you might as well put a blue button on the top and a blue button on the side. You little blue button, you. You know what I'm saying? Like fudge. I mean, you had the air can out. Like, man's over there in the tent, friggin' sounding like the last dodo. This skunk better be offended, or he's getting his grub on. Like family, okay, this is like the pre-breakfast that we're breaking. You know what I'm saying? Like he's already heard these. He's already been through the cycle enough. But those were kind of the sounds coming over from this way. You know what I'm saying? My mom was serious though. She was stood up and everything. And if you've ever been in a tent at nighttime and you tried to flash the light outside, you try to flash a light outside and it's not the best flashlight. So it kind of just illuminates the inside of the tent even though you got a whole like, screen. Like the screen is reflective enough. So like that's let's regress for a sec. Remember when we're here, right? Standing. We had our flame on the water. Might as well just add this. This is the next problem, right? After after Nili, we had Skylie. Um, all right. All right, so obviously you see the coincidences that pop up eventually. You know, you get a map like this. You're gonna have to eventually convince something. All right. So after the problemo of convincing people of we needing to upgrade our lights to figure out exactly what this is at night, we not only upgraded our lights, but we upgraded our security, our sense of safety, our nets. And well, when shining a light at a net that is like this, and the light is, well, how should I say? It's sort of like, it's 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 brushing at it like this, but like you still see, you don't see like, it, depending on the light. And I haven't like, it's been a while, right? No, this is just that's why I didn't even want to get up and like, you know what I'm saying? It's been a while. Unless there's a light source outside, like the example given here. But when there's a light source inside, then it's like, oof, already. You know what I'm saying? If there is a light source outside, if there is. But then you're going to have to convince them after upgrading it to actually go out. Sorry, I was trying to think of it. I mean, the skylight was like a nightlight. Okay, like, meh. My skyly. Ooh.
Wait a second.
I praise my teachers for knowing the words I was writing at the time. If they even did. I mean, sometimes I was like, dang. All right, so my mom was trying to convince me to get up. She was standing 5 minutes at first, 10 minutes, then it felt like 15. It was like, she was getting mad. Like, she was about to ready to rush out herself. Because I was like thinking like, I wanted her to. It wasn't no 15 minutes. Maybe like 5, 10. Like 5 minutes. Like when time's pushing it, she knows for sure there's something out there because she's heard it, and I'm like telling her, come on, just quiet. Let me just hear like just for a sec, and like like she knew. I'm like, it has to be a squirrel or a bird or something, No, she heard like, dang, those are good. Those are good ears, like dang. And she jumped up out of bed. She eventually wakes up my dad. I didn't do it. What the heck? I'm over there scared. I've never even seen a skunk in real life. And the skunk and tarantula all in one night. Well, like a face-to-face encounter. We did see the skunks twice in one night. But this was a face-to-face encounter. This was in the campsite. And I know the campsite. I mean, it's a canyon. This thing only goes up about as tall as the canyon. But like in terms of in terms of like this wall right here, you know what I'm saying? Here, we're gonna have to. This wall, it goes up. Maybe there's a little bit of a cut, a cut. This goes up, and then it's like a straight up. Straight up. All this is straight up. Like straight up stuff. And it's not too tall. And then there's just like one rock here that just has like its own like stationary. And then it just cuts. And like in terms of back there, it's like, I mean, when it's steep, and I mean, it's steep for about like both of these sides. I mean, like it's steep, steep. It's very steep. All right, let me not ruin this, but I mean, I'm trying to give you a visual. Like, there's not much room for there. They're getting like little billy goats, like up here. You know what I'm saying? Like little billy goats. All right, the all right. It did get messy, okay? It did get messy. It got messy. But that's okay. So she woke up my dad finally. Woke him up. And he rushes out. Boom, storms it. I mean, I might as well, like, I kind of want to bring it out, like, you know, a good old, like, trooper help me. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't I mean, it wasn't. Jeez. I mean, it's been a while. It's been a while. I haven't even drawn one once, but I mean, to at least like recreate something. Or maybe that's a good base. Who knows? Excuse me. So he runs out there. He takes his charge, full on charge, and as soon as I hear him, he's like, "Oh, it's a skunk." I start busting up laughing. And he's talking about how he's hissing at him. He's hissing at me. And then he's like, he's got a corn. So he punctured a hole in the bag. Boom. One hole in the bag, about like right there. And then a secondary on the other side, like if it was through and through. It wasn't, you know. He ended up getting the corn though, at least 2 pieces. And some beans, black beans. That was all that was. It didn't have it didn't have a bad smell or even a smell at all. Not like you see on TV, that's for sure. Now, it wasn't like I was going over there and saying, "Hey, little bud, let me pet you. You know, let me take you home." But dang, ay ay ay. So now he's on the run. By the time I get my half comatose, my back's hurting because my mattress is already deflated, and I didn't even care. You know, I was just fuming, just laying on the PVC pipe that I could feel in my rib replacing that now. Being part of the Blue Man Group.
Yeah. I,
This isn't a joke.
I so Pepe.
I was laying on the ground because the air mattress was deflated. If he's awake right now and he's over in that room and his brother's sleeping, then he's listening to me the whole fucking time. He ain't motherfucking goddamn caught a fucking lick of motherfucking sleep. The fucking man's fucking goddamn hearing me over the AC. Maybe it's the fucking goddamn Zin in the fucking goddamn back fucking leaking. The fucking high-speed wobbles, potentially. I know motherfucking damn well how motherfucking sleep works when I've motherfucking had to fucking sleep through the motherfucking noise. You don't fucking goddamn fucking do this, man. That's fucking goddamn bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. If I was truly motherfucking tired after motherfucking sleeping in the motherfucking woods, then I'd be motherfucking sleeping in here where it's fucking safe, where I should. If I was actually motherfucking tired. Pushed me way past my motherfucking limits, even taking the knife out on me. Maybe that's why you can't sleep. Brought that upon yourself, it seems. I mean, how low and how high can you tune your ears? I mean, what is natural here? And when you say, oh, well, something has to go to bed, then put it to motherfucking rest. You know exactly what you're doing. You know a lot about a lot. Working at the bookshop and talking about it. My whole fucking life, too. Think I'm the been through? Need cleaning too? I'm watching it. I'm trying to make a living. I'm trying to bust it and show some skill. I'm trying to be creative.
I'm trying to act real. And I can't with the motherfucking chains. Acting like I'm a motherfucking slave. Like the motherfucking goddamn fucking flag that you fucking fly, fucking goddamn hidden behind the motherfucking mind, fucking still. The fucking con you fucking feed me, you fucking think banana kanamana chakanamana yo. Thinking this this motherfucking south fucking on the my con my fed. And then, oh, this is indigenous land again. And my ignorance, my apologies. I get what's in there, right? But I get how you're frying it every night. And then, like I said, they have their private planes, right? They have their private stuff. You know, but they would rather be sitting giggling thinking this is fun. Right? You would rather be sitting giggling thinking this is some fun game, me working 24/7 essentially. And then asking the next motherfucking morning if I even slept. Asking the next motherfucking morning if I even slept, knowing the task that I have on my hands. You would ask if I even slept. And you know history and how you're using it. But yet you'll startle me. Yet you'll act on me. I mean, you guys. And I'll say you guys because this isn't just me living in house. I mean, this is like, it doesn't. You guys have your nice private things. You guys got your nice private fucking shit. You guys got your nice fucking private fucking stuff. And I'm motherfucking poorer than the motherfucking slaves when they were fucking slaving. And my last name's fucking White. You know the goddamn fucking feelings, the emotions that I gotta be eating every day, and I'm not the only motherfucking Jordan White that I've fucking seen in life, and some of them, most of them have been black. I mean, this is some motherfucking cruelty. This is fucking cruel. This is cruel. It's very, very cruel. It's very cruel. I mean, if you set me up like Arthur the motherfucking Joker and you guys motherfucking goddamn, you think this is, I'm joking because I'm fucking laughing. And then you're telling me every day, this is your world, kid, but we're getting back to like, you know, when dude was rounding up them. You know, dude was rounding those guys up and he was throwing them into the fire burning pit. And, you know, this is your world, kid, but we're getting back to it. And he force feeds this on me. I mean, that's...
If I'm getting sodomized, you motherfucking whore fuck, then you fucking know what you were doing in the motherfucking goddamn booth rooms, in the fucking suit tunes, in the fucking shit ton tunes. I'm getting motherfucking sodomized. I've said it. I've fucking been raped and fucking sodomized at the casino, at Green Valley Casino. And I know you're not at the Green Valley Casino, but somebody's at the Green Valley Casino. And if I'm getting sodomized and I'm still a virgin in this life, then I know not only do the elder men they know way more about shit in this life that I have no clue to, and they know they're also on that same chain. So they know they need to be watching their ass and what they're doing. Then I know I have people watching my back, but that's like a scratching back. Like I know a lot about a lot of motherfucking shit. That's what you know. You know a lot about motherfucking shit. You know a lot. You know a lot about a lot of shit. And if I'm getting motherfucking sodomized at the random motherfucking casino, then I know we fucking goddamn fucking secrets you've been keeping. Like motherfucking secrets, like the room that you used to live in, and all the demons that I see moving. So I mean, I know, I get it. But I do have to sleep, and if this is the work that I got to be working in, then it is what it is. I'm working with the demons. I'm working with the same things you used to grow up in. I motherfucking see the fucking building. I'm living in it. And it is, I'm painting them just like I'm painting right now. I mean, the story's almost over. I mean, 5 hours. Jeez, I mean, if I can get something. Hey, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm trying to tell a story, and the just like how the story I'm told about, it is what it is, history repeating again, on how it's my time, but the old time, on how that time, back in the wars that were fought over, that time seems to be coming back. It seems, I would watch out, even though it's yours now. That's I get that. But when I'm on like a theory like this, and I have been sleeping, like I'm not sleeping not because I'm like pushing my sleep, because I am like, fuck. This is more than motherfucking goddamn fucking torture and abuse, man. This is more than motherfucking goddamn fucked up. This is more than it. This is more. This went well beyond. This is like if I ever said I signed something. This is like if I ever said I agreed to something, because that would be forged, that would be fabricated, that wouldn't be proof. That wouldn't be my signature. And what'd you try and say? His signature's every time. His signature's different every time. He's not like us. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And whatever you thought, whatever you did, you just forged it. And you didn't ask for me personally. You didn't ask for me. You didn't ask for me in reality. Whatever you think, whatever you did is bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. And you guys are fucking torturing me. It's fucking bullshit. I'm getting motherfucking tortured. I'm actually getting motherfucking tortured here. This is fucking bullshit. I mean, if you know a lot about and know a fucking lot about a magnet, and fucking flipping the poles, just like fucking, turning your ass and fucking goddamn follow this. Yeah. That's like at the dinner table with China Go-Go. Believe me, I had the conversation. I'm still trying to get to China Go-Go. And that was whether it was a flip, whether it was a flop, whether this is so live, everyone's hearing it. This is so live, everyone's hearing it. And not only is it live, it also gets posted up. And I'm also courteous to mute the mic too. So not like fudge. Give me a second, God. Like, come on. The time ticks, but time's not gonna tick like that. And I'm not just motherfucking goddamn railing. I'm not just being a motherfucking dick. I'm not. This is motherfucking repetitive. This is repeated. This is when you find out the pessimism versus fucking goddamn positivity. Some fucking optimism. And eventually the pessimist, if you get some things right, it eventually feels good. So, you're just living on the other side. That's why you wouldn't want to stay at 2, but it takes a long, long freaking time to get past 3. And that's a whole different thing. That's like having 5 fingers on a hand, and you're just given 2, but you don't want to go to 3 hands. Well, but at least to get your mind back, like, without like pushing it like a domino, which I'm not. That's not my intent. All right, so when my dad had shooed the skunk out, by the time it took me to get out of bed, the skunk is nowhere to be found. He's missing. There's a question mark. This is what I was doing in school on my papers. On just about every single paper. I mean, you could ask my teachers. I mean, I was drawing like this. Like... I mean, if you want a good signature, this is how I'll sign. I mean, like, on a lot of papers. I mean, you give me one thing like this to draw, and this is how you draw. That's all you just do is like these movements. Holy smokes! You don't even have to lift anything up, and you just. Oh my goodness. Realistically, I guess the crawdads they were lined up like well, at least when the light was being shined down. Maybe it was a dream check, maybe it was a reality check. All right, that comes through. I mean, I've had some, not crossing the line dreams. So, hey, at least not having like a boundary, like the boundary that was made, like with me and my big sis, At least not, that sort of boundary. And if it's a reality check, that sort of thing, okay, I get that. I was laughing, I'm laughing. But a reality check, I get that. I have had some weird dreams. But when it comes to, I peed in dreams, like being in the bathroom, like, oh, I'm like, this is a full-on stream. But then again, like, why would I want to do that? Like, unless I know, like, I have, like, that's one of the tasks to do, like, sort of thing. So, if it's a reality check, I get that. All right, so. He's MIA, right? He drew up a big old question mark. He didn't. The skunk. He's over in this area somewhere. Let me see. This is why I drew this extra part. He ran and over in this part of the area. He's over somewhere over here. Behind all that.
And I'm over here right now. I'm over here in the water. Just chilling because I mean I'm up now. And I don't want to like, you know. I was about to go to bed in wet clothes too. I didn't even like. It was like that. Yeah, just give me my sheet, give me my pillow. I mean, everyone has their limit, and I've had to find no limit. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing. Like when I'm like when I'm saying like this, you know. the the you know the first one is like and the second one's like, you know, if you can even draw that. Draw Minecraft Steve. His trusty wooden shield. Alright, it's just brown and silver, isn't it? Like brown and gray, like brown and silver maybe. Um, um, the, the the first one is like the um, it doesn't make sense in terms of, you know, what you can see, but it kind of does. Um, oh, that works. Might as well, right? Well, that would be like, wow, that is an interesting little, huh? Interesting.
Honestly, it's almost like sorry. Let me stop. Um, it's like that, you know. You got that as the first stage, and that's the second stage, and then it's like, oh, we're just doing this third stage here, and then like always is for sure, but it's like a lot to for the brain. Brain, brain is happy, but safety is number one priority, especially when it goes boom. Boom. So I'm standing over here in the water because, you know, I hear there's a skunk, but there's no nothing. They learned to. I won't need to into I yo, Ohms. I don't know how long do you. I don't know how long. I don't know how long you've been in the chat. I'm over here. I'm explaining the story of what happened camping. It's been a long. It was a long. And I wanted to leave the crab alone. I did go back to Hawaii Quaddle. There wasn't many people. That would have maybe kept me, you know, going a little bit more than what actually. How did are they? They're normally on the top, aren't they? Like burr, burr. Um, they normally would have been. What was I gonna say? That would have been. You know. That would have been. What was I gonna say? I didn't smoke weed. I ate dinner and I'm not high. This is just me. This is when you're on the Tempo OS. The Tempo OS. Tempo. 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 Yeah. Not Temple. Okay. So, all right, explaining this. All right, I'm in the water here, and the skunk was here in the trash. You know, he moved over here, and I know I messed that up. You know, but it would have left a white spot, regardless. You know, he already did the in and out. You know, it was a clean getaway, a through and through. The through and through drive through, just for the two pieces of. Well, actually, no, I think it was two pieces of, but there was also the can of black beans. Can't forget the black beans. And there was two skunks too. This one later in the story. You know, this one was the main one, the main culprit. He was over here somewhere. That's where it was said to be. I didn't believe it still. Like I was thinking it was a situation. You know, a little get situation. I hear something, the rattling. So now I'm like, okay, something. Like that wasn't the best, but hopefully you know what I was trying to draw. If you know. Oh, I guess I kind of made it better. Maybe. That's my bell. You know, it got my attention. You know.
got my attention. And it was, so I'm diagonal again. You know, like watch these. You know, the diagonal placements. From here to here could be a diagonal or straight on. I don't know if, depending. It was straight on for me. So you know, watch these. Watch them. No, just. There was a lot of the corn. When my dad was making elote, he had the pan of corn this way. Oh no, sorry. The pan of corn this way, elote. And I'm like, you know, turn the pan vertical. And he ends up turning the pan horizontal. You know what I'm saying? Like that sort of thing, you know. Jeez. All right. So dude's over here. You know, I hear him. And this, I brought the flashlight. So I do the one they couldn't see outside. The other one's hanging. There was a spare though, that we had when we were fishing. I'm trying to remember. I think my dad, when he first originally told the story. Now that I'm thinking, because it was back when we either had them or they were still in the boat when we saw the tarantula. But at this point, I know for sure I was shining a light over here though. It wasn't no lantern like that. Like, you know, this is a spotlight. I'm looking over here like I'm ducking, I'm crouching, I'm trying to see his face, and then I couldn't. He was blending in. I don't know. Blending in good enough for me. He ends up over here by the table again, kind of like in the midst, like between this way and this way, and I'm sort of now here. X marks the spot. So I'm shining a light this way. Now this is my light cone. It's hitting this direction. And it's hitting him in the face. And my phone is over here on the table. That's my cellular device. So I'm like, okay, it's time to go get my phone. I didn't have my phone for the tarantula. I didn't have my phone for a lot of things, but I had my phone for the skunk. My mom got the tarantula. I didn't. But you know, you trade pictures. It's okay. So my cell phone. I get my cell phone, take pictures. Oh, so cute. He makes his way down to the water. Like he goes this way. Takes it down this way. It gets to the water. And then goes this way. Towards this over here. Now he's sort of in this pile of area. If I'm honest, this is the only time that I really need the eraser. If I'm honest, this sort of area was flattened. Like, oops, maybe a little bit of a way to get in. I don't know how. Oh, there's a eraser. I don't know. Maybe a little bit of a way to get in. Not much. Corn husks, though. Some corn husks. So he was in the fire pit, you know, already gathering the husks from having to do the method, you know, that we did. The corn husks. So he had already had his his old bone pit, essentially, of corn husks. And he's there now, so I mean, we can change our positions. So might as well. Watch out for that green. I mean, honestly, that's what it should be, though. I mean, at least leaving from that spot. Leaving from that spot, going to that spot, that's perfect. He's showing down. He's in this central area. We're watching, we're seeing, we're having fun. And then another skunk, the secondary one, pops up over here. I don't know how to draw a skunk. I mean, obviously you can see the skunk right there. I'm not gonna try my best. Or yes, I'm gonna try my best, but in terms of what I can do, I can't do much. I mean, I failed art, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I failed art, a lot of art. I mean, this is like the Pink Panther version. Or what is that? What is that? What is that middle? Like that was supposed to be the tail, but now we got like Winnie. No, what is that? No man, no man, no. No. Yeah. I mean, why does it? It does have like a little like Teletubby almost belly. Although he does have that same sort of belly, but that's his arms as well. That's a skunk. That's a skunk vibe. Let's hook us up with a second tail, I suppose. I mean, those are weird, but. Yeah, the base, right? We actually don't need the corn because it didn't actually have any corn. Funny enough. But that's, I was skipping the story. It's not a raccoon, it's hopefully you get that. Boom. Yeah, that's fine. He really had some I don't know the brushes here. Is this a pen? I mean, in terms of what we can do here. Alright, I mean, hey, do the quick the quick drawing list. No. Okay. What else? The second tail. This was the tail that had like the tail like this, but realistically the tail like the one that had the tail that was in the pit like this will look like this, but the one that looked like this was the one that was majestic over here, just marking up its territory with a little bit of this, with its own shine, its sunshine, its little shine of. It wasn't any like this. you know. Uh, like that, you know. So, dun, 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 dun. All right. So it's over here. It's still hissing. He hissed at me. And this one. We'll just put that. Oh wait, 2 letters or more? Huh. I mean that. Yeah. It was a pleasure to. It was a pleasure to see. Um. So that was basically it. Um, we we got the food. We made sure we had a map like the one you see before you now. And the food, the mission was to get the food from the table into the boat, where most of the animals hungry wouldn't be able to go and readily available, you know, have the scuba diving gear on. Tightrope it up from the anchor. I think there was a rat actually, a desert rat. But I did see snakes. Not see. I did think of snakes that earlier that day before we saw the skunk and the tarantula. Before we saw that, I was thinking about snakes. And then for them, you know, for my mom to see a rat, you know, that's what they eat. You know, I mean, start putting two and two together. So that was that. That's what happened.
He heasted me. I need to shut up. All right. At least I'm not hearing the classical music in the room that I used to be hearing. Over in March, I was hearing the music coming from the vent. Ay, ay, ay. It was music coming from the vent. Ay, ay, ay. And I was able to tune it. I was able to fine tune it. And turn it up and down. From the vent. From this vent. From my vent. The vent right over there. I was turning the music up and down from the vent. It was creepy though. I was getting sketched out. I didn't know what was happening. All right. How that turned out. All right. Let's go. I think that's about ready, right? Excuse me. Yeah, that's I appreciate you. You know, my bad for not reading chat. My bad. You can always catch me another time. Oh, jeez, hilarious. That was the adventure. So, I guess I can talk about that's what happened that night. I went to bed in the morning. It was. I did fill up the mattress one more time and get into dry clothes. So that was good. In the morning, triggered too much information on the medical research. Too much. In the morning, in terms of wanting to even get up. Like 2% of my body. The other 90%, well, it's beyond bored. But that's like stretching out my bored body. Because once I forget like how bored, like it eventually gets back into gear, like at least where it should be, I feel. It was like having a messy morning without trying to have a messy morning. You know? Like that's kind of like that's more than messed up. You know that? Like that's just the influence. Like that's more than messed up. Like I need someone to actually hold me down instead of just do whatever they're doing. I'm over here with my eyes closed.
So in the morning, around like 7:30, 7:45, maybe. It's like I'm feeling like this is breakfast time. Um, so I light the fire, start the coals. Um, yeah, I have to close my eyes sometimes. I'm being honest. Like, I got a lot of mental stuff that I can deal with. But when I know my hands are extremely tied, it's like, well, let me at least close my eyes to at least light some sort of light. Because the ones that I have in front of me right now are like way too bright for my comprehension. Because if you had comprehension like this, you would realize a lot of things, and you wouldn't just be like in whatever realm or reality that you leave into, which we're all sharing, regardless of where you go. Especially if you break into like the quantum. So I started the coals. Breakfast was like the quadruple baked skillet. It was hash browns, sausage, eggs, and gravy. But like they're the sausage patties that were already made, and the hash browns that are like in the hash brown block. But honestly, it was one of the best skillets we've ever made, and I cooked the heck out of it. I did add a little bit of butter, a lot less than I first originally thought I was gonna add. I like half of what I thought originally I was gonna add. A little bit, maybe more, like a half of a tab more than half of what I thought. But I made sure to play because I knew the sausage was gonna definitely make grease. And I didn't even remember like counting sausage how many. I thought like more than 4 for sure. And I know 4 sausages cook a lot. They put out a lot of grease. When I cooked them in the pan, like 2 of them, 3 of them. You know what I'm saying? So only 6 sausages. I don't know how many. And like 4 hash browns maybe. I think. So I squished the hash browns up, squished up the sausages in the bag. Like I said, like the quadruple baked skillet. But honestly, one of the best ones. Just put the butter in there real quick, and then put the hash browns, so it didn't burn. And then let the hash browns. Once the hash browns started to stick a little bit, like I saw a little bit of sticking, I threw in the what's it called, the sausage, and I'm like, okay, the hash browns, even if they don't get crispy, at least they're not going to be sticking. Then there was enough grease where I was just sliding around all over the place, and it was all good. It was good to go. That was breakfast of the next morning. I'm not exactly cleaning the map because map to clean this, it's like jeez. Excuse me. So breakfast was good. I put a little salt and pepper on the hash browns and sausage mixture. Way before putting on the eggs. And then I tried the sausage just to taste. I had a piece that I didn't even realize. It was a piece that I didn't like completely chop up. But I'm like, okay, this will be a good test of like the doneness of everything, and it tasted good when I tried it. My mom eventually said like when it was done, and I'm like thinking like, okay, I'm getting good here, and like, I'm liking the color. She was right though. Like I said, like definitely one of the best skillets. But yeah, tossed in the eggs, mixed them up, had the gravy, had that done. Ate that, got on the paddleboard. I got back, had a little salami, and then I ate a piece of bone. I chipped, not chipped, but I tried the regular salami, And then there's like a pepperoni, and in the pepperoni it had like a piece of bone, and like the bone, oh, it like hit between the crown and the real tooth. Like, oh. It didn't hurt, but dang, was that a big piece of bone. Like the end of a Q-tip, big. Like it was a nice little size. I wonder if they have like a fish, you know, like when you're catching a fish. I wonder how that works. Holy bone shit. Yeah, a little piece in the not the salami, the pepperoni. A little chip of bone. Hey, it happens. I don't, like when it comes to things like that, I don't know I don't know what that's like. Not like, oh, we were out camping, but dang, that's a mess. That's like going to California. When we went to California, this is messy. When we went to California, we stopped at a Denny's, and we had these little hush puppy pancake things. I think they were like maybe an Oreo something. I don't know what it was. It was like an appetizer, a breakfast appetizer. I bit into one of those things. It had a little thing of the scooper, like a little piece of the scooper in the thing, and I had just gotten my teeth done. Like, my oh my gosh. Like I had just gotten like dental work done. You know what I'm saying? And I bit right down onto that. It was metal. It's a bit like a metal piece. And it was a rusty old, like, it was like, I didn't swallow it. Obviously, I didn't swallow it. It was a rusty old metal piece of scooper. Like, that fell off into the batter. You know what I'm saying? Denny's. Yo, like, that's like the poor place to go. Yo, I've been to Denny's a lot, yo. Like, even when I was working the 9 to 5, like, on a late day, me and my mom went to Denny's a couple times. Maybe once, maybe once. But, I mean, still, like, we went to a couple breakfasts. At least 2. Denny's was one of them, though. Yeah, right down on that metal piece. They didn't comp the breakfast. They comped the little pancake hush puppy things. I don't know. Hey, you guys just love it, huh? I bet you just love it. But yeah, that was over in California at Denny's when I was taking a trip out there. California. I think that's California, right? Was that Cali? I think so. I mean, I had just gotten dental work done. Actually, it was Washington.
Was it Washington? Yikes. I'm already getting confused. Hey. I'm already getting confused. It is what it is. I mean, I had the people there that can confirm, so. But it just another. What about the story here? What was next? We did breakfast. Where I had the piece of bone. That's lunch. After lunch, the fire was still going, and it was just like a little snack of lunch, you know. And by like 6 pieces total, like 3 and 3. Like little slices. Like they're like little round little. Oh, and then also 3 crackers of tuna fish, which I actually I think I need to get the tuna fish out of the cooler, or the tuna fish is just done right now. Excuse me. So, I am actually so tired. I'm about to get off. I got bit over here by a mosquito. Only one. One that wants to show at least. Like show this bad. Like that one's a noticeable mark. The fire was still going. Threw some extra coals on there. I was saying, well, I guess we'll make some hot dogs. We were thinking at this point we're not going to be staying. The ants were starting to get out more. The ants, the ants were bugging us. I had the hammock was nice. I set up the hammock before the ants started to really get out, but after lunch, like the ants we were out in the paddleboard. Excuse me. Jumped off a little rock. There's a nice jump spot, but the spot that we go to, it's like it's a little puny, barely even anything jump spot. But it's still like you get a little bit of air out of the water, I suppose. No. So it's not nothing. But it's also where it's like, okay, it's a little jump. You sort of need to jump more distance out than there is like distance down. I mean, hey, it'll get you going. Wow, that's a lot of technology. Yeah, that's a lot of things you guys aren't saying is what it is. It's a lot of things you guys aren't saying.
You heard the Malaman Enchulanak. If you hear any sort of pre-suff, middle, root of your name, then there's more than just implications here. So excuse me. Like I said, well, you guys got your private things, and you guys got your private fun, and you guys got your private, whatever the think. I mean, you guys are having way more fun than a lot of people. A lot of people, and you're just autopiloting things. Like, it sounds like you're on a crash course to me, like an AI that just sucks. I believe me. I get that I could have said that a lot worse than I said it, because I said it with honesty. That is gonna get you there, and look where I am, like way over here still. While you guys are like looking at the Luckies. Did you get a good enough picture there, or was that not seen fully? No, that's seen fully. What else here? More so down, and you're carrying this out. Let's see. Oh. It does go out maybe a little bit further than that. I mean, right up here is like a top maybe of the cliff. Maybe. It's like really steep. It's really steep. But I'm over here thinking like, okay, I gotta go do something. It's time to get the paddleboard and and jump. But I'm just being silly with it, right? Right, I'm just being silly with it. My dad's being extra silly, because it's like over here in your garage, where you can just find a pull-up on the canyon, just a little like inlet like that. He's over like with the X number 5. Over here grappling onto things. No, he's got the grapple, the anchor. But he doesn't have the motor, like no motor. It's just X5 and 2 paddles. That's it. X5, Mr. does his thing, and 2 paddles. And he's over, instead of using the paddles, he's using the anchor. He's tossing the thing out and picking it back up and tossing it back out. The river current's going this way. I get about, to maybe here. And I'm thinking to myself, there's boats. There's boats way off in this direction, way off. Um, we'll just say for uh, uh, reason's sake that that's the edge of the canyon on the other side of the river, even though it's not. But like scale wise, maybe if this is our map, you know, if this is our map scale wise, maybe. After we've done all this, you know, that is a lot of area for wake. And that is a small, you know, paddleboard. So, all right, so we got a boat way off in the distance, you know, up here. Oops. What's supposed to be, all right, what can we do here? That's just another flag, I suppose. Or what would that be? That looks like it looks like a tennis court. That is what it is for now. my drawing skills, you know, it is what it is. Hey, I'm at least trying to improve them. Like there we go. We got a little net on top of the boat. Even though that back would be like that. I don't know. All right. So I'm standing up, or sitting down, crisscross applesauce. With my paddle, I'm just twirling it in the air, like a cheerleader. You know what I'm saying? Like going through the fingers, bringing it back like this. I mean, how would it be? Like one of these things, like twirling my paddle in the air, and then like going around my body like that. Not exactly, but you get like when it's going all the way around. And I see the boat, and one just passed this way. One just gave me its set of waves. You know, waves are coming this way. You know, waves are coming this way. And I'm thinking, well, this one's coming this way as fast as possible. And I think, well, if it's gonna be my chance to get in and start swimming, and have some sort of challenge, because I'm like a desert sucker, as it is, now would be the time. Now would be the time. So I jump in. And I'm basically like this now, in the water, floating, going for it. But I'm going for it. I'm going for it head on. Oh, I'm going for it head on. Oops. I'm going for it head on. I'm hitting like boom, 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 you know? Like boom, boom, like boom, boom. You know, you boom, boom. You know, like that's my hard-headedness. You get that? You know? Like what's up, board? You know, you're gonna take my life jacket down the river with me? But, you know, I'm hard-headed enough to be pushing you towards this. You know, it's gonna be miles before you can get down this way. It's gonna be miles going this way. But this way, I could easily just push you with my head, you know? We could easily just keep on going this way when I'm swimming it. So like I said, like this was the clam, and I was the otter's rock. If the water was the otter, if the water was the, you know, I was the rock to the paddleboard's clam. And we both kept pushing it this way to my dad. Well, I'm one not lenat in chocolate, not lenat in suala, manat lenat, nuala, manat lenat, nanalana, halat, nanalana, manawala, nanat lenat, nanalana, nanalana. I was going on. I was screaming down the canyon ways at the top of my lungs. Nana tulana wana manale. You know, I'm not trying to do it a big ol', you know. Wana lenat tulana manalana, chulana manalana, wana manalana. I'm not, I can't. I got curfew. I got motherfucking curfew. So I got over, and there was a lot of debris. It was a ton of debris. So much debris. So much debris. At least over here in this, it was good when he pulled up, but by the time I got over swimming to him, it was debris filled. Not good. But that was basically it. I get back up on the paddleboard. I don't know. It's super easy. I guess I can explain this side over here, but then we're gonna need to like shift everything, which we can't. The other side is just where the jump spot is. If this wall was the canyon that went down, which potentially it is, the jump spot would be right here. It's the first location that's like right out of our little cove. You just go right here, and that's the jump spot. You can get up here on this side, or if you walk all the way around with the black, that's not. If you walk all the way around to this side, if you go this side, there's like a flat hill like that, versus like the jump up where you're here, and you got to be able to put your calf muscle up here and get up. Like this way, you can go from the water out, but if you're going from the shore just to the easiest spot right there, right here, the easiest spot, then you would have to at least do this, you know, this is the 1 step, that's the 2 step. You would at least have to do that, at least, and then it flattens out. There's a little bit of a missing area in between these two rocks, but essentially it's a 2 step away from a jump. So it's like getting out of the pool. With a little bit of, with like a foot. It's like a foot out of the pool. Like, you know, on a drought of a day. No. But hey, you know, at least it's not like some of the spots on the other island is like, I don't know, at least like 8-9 feet out of the water, at least. I mean, it's a lot taller than me, that's for sure. 7 feet, I don't know, 8 feet, at least seems 8 feet to me. It seems very, I don't know how deep it is. I did fall down there when me and my dad were first launching on monsoon camp season day. But I'm about to get off. 3:21, woohoo. I mean, that's hurting more, and my stomach's hurting more too. Like, come on now, man. Oh, man. You guys are playing foul. That's foul, man. This is foul. This is some foul fucking shit. This ain't no motherfucking America, I'll tell you that much. This is not no America. And He even said that too. He even said that too. He even said that too. That was one of those days though. That was one of those days, you know, reality check, reality check. Man. I don't know. Alright, this is it. That's it. Alright, I'm gonna go. Thanks again for, you know, stopping by. I should, you know, I'll be here. More than likely tomorrow. In Gemstone Crab. More likely not. Yeah, excuse me. Alright.